Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And today we're going to be looking at a bit of an interesting one, and that is why do some Springboks almost sort of seem to achieve a whole different level of performance when they put on the green and gold compared to when they play for their clubs? Do Springboks reserve their best performances for their country? What is it that sort of changes them from the club performance they've had with some players, for example, like a Sia Khaleesi, who's struggled with form when it comes to club rugby, but all of a sudden he puts on a Springbok jersey and he just takes it up a different level. And over the weekend, we saw one of the all-time great Sia Khaleesi performances on the back of comments from the wrestling owner talking about the fact that he was overweight, and the fact and a very common transparency. Khaleesi was bulldozing his way over several Irish players last weekend and, reminding everybody just how good of a rugby player he really is. So we're going to be looking at that. What is it about some of these players? And it's quite a nuanced issue, I think, and before we look into it, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, let me start off by saying I don't think there is a single player in that Springbok environment that goes back to their clubs or their unions and specifically sort of holds back and doesn't want to give their all for their clubs. That's not the type of players or people they are, really. It's very much the attitude of, that kind of do or die, give every last, bit of themselves. That's what gets them into the Springbok environment. That's what keeps them in the Springbok environment. You look at like a Cheslin Colby and the work rate he brings. He's one of the best players in the world anyway. And then he brings that work rate, which just takes it to a whole different level. And so let's sort of start off by saying, Sia Khaleesi is definitely not sort of sitting there not caring about playing for wrestling and not wanting to be, one of wrestling's best players. And I think also what was quite interesting is we've got to sort of judge them from a very fair lens. The problem is also is we look at sort of our international players and you always expect them to be like the best players on the field when they play at club level. And I think, especially when you look at the top 14 or when you play like Champions Cup or Challenge Cup rugby, the standard's really high. And, there are going to be games where they might not be the best player on the field. And that's kind of quite natural. But there's no doubt that certain players just do seem to be a different type of animal when they play for the Springboks. Now, I think this is quite an interesting issue because I think there's lots of different factors which factor into it. So if we take, for example, the Sia Khaleesi situation. Now, this is a player who, after sort of COVID and stuff like that, made his move to the Sharks. And if we're going to be brutally honest, never really lit the world on fire whilst in a Sharks jersey. And I think there's quite a combination of reasons for that. I think that, first of all, I think it was a Sharks environment and a Sharks team which wasn't necessarily hitting its straps. We saw how their struggles, culminated in this awful URC season that they've just had. And I think that they still had those kind of issues. And he then went over to wrestling, and he played a reasonable amount this past season. I mean, he managed 1,300 minutes, so it's not like he was a bit part player. Even Etzebeth has been criticised previously when he was over in France, saying that we signed this player and he's never available. Sia Khaleesi's played a lot of rugby for wrestling, and almost too much rugby. An interesting thing that he himself said that usually when he plays for Springboks, he plays about 50 to 55 minutes. He goes and he empties the tank. When he's playing for wrestling this season, he has averaged 73 minutes. And he even made mention of the fact that he's been having to play full 80s, which he just traditionally hasn't always done. And he's had to adapt to that. And he said he's gotten a bit fitter, but he said, it's changed his game a little bit because the way the box will work is that they sort of tell, especially their pack, go and empty that tank. Go and be absolutely flat out for 40 minutes, 45, 50 minutes. Don't worry about trying to last the 80. Don't worry about conserving energy here and there, maybe jogging back to a ruck or whatever. You go and you empty that tank. As soon as we see it's empty, we'll pull you off. Give us your all. And I think it is a bit of a different attitude to when you're playing a full 80 and you have to kind of manage yourself so that you're not, a passenger in that final sort of 10 minutes. I also think it's very, very simple when you look at certain players. Environment makes such a big difference. Khaleesi's spoken about the fact that, he had to adjust when he went over to Paris. Players who have been homesick, players who have really struggled leaving South Africa, trying to adapt to a new environment, language issues, for example, in a different sort of player environment. When you compare to when you come back to a Springbok environment, which if you've ever been around, is so conducive to being your best self. And I think when you're comfortable, when you're in a good mood, you've got family around you, that's a very, very important thing. For example, on Fridays, all the families often join the team in the team hotel, for example, and there's a really relaxed mood. You then go in and play in front of a Loftus or a Durban or an Ellis Park, for example. You've got 70, 80,000 people that absolutely adore you. Every sort of aspect of the environment is geared towards getting the best out of you. And this is where I think some players respond to the big occasions. I mean, you see Achilles, you watch him running out for the Springboks, leading out the way when he sprints out. He's a different player. You can just see this is what he lives for. He lives for Springbok rugby. And that's a completely different environment for when you're playing week on, week off in sort of progressing. So it's a very interesting sort of situation where you look at some of these players and this is why people are talking about is signing a Springbok player, for example, in inverted commas, a bad environment. So Arceus Neyman is somebody who's come under a bit of criticism for the fact that if you go back and look at last season, he played 313 minutes for Munster. Since the end of the URC season, last season from August, he has gone on to play, I'm not going to lie to you, 373 minutes for the Springboks. If we take away his, and didn't play against Wales, so we take away his 31 minutes, he played 300 and almost about 320 minutes just between those build-up to the World Cup and during the World Cup. I mean, even though in the World Cup he played 228 minutes. So, he's a player that just hasn't been available for Munster. This season's been a lot better for Munster. You can't sit there and say that he hasn't been involved. He was obviously away for the beginning of the season when he was still getting back from the World Cup and was injured. So he only returned in February this year. But since then, played consistently. He played, around 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 for Munster. He played in the URC quarterfinals as well as the semi-finals. He did play for Munster 521 minutes this season. So he has been available and he has played those games. But that's been a very frustrating thing, where he always seems to be available for the Springboks, but not for Munster. And I don't think it's entirely, I think it has been quite by accident. I don't think it's been deliberate, but, it's just that the injuries have kind of aligned. But there's a certain amount, I think there's a certain amount that you're not going to sit there trying to ration yourself back for the end of your club season when you've got a World Cup looking at you. You are going to try and make sure you take every single step to make sure that you are ready for your country. You also look at Andre Pollard, for example, and, when he was playing for Montpellier, he was playing 50% of his games off the bench, and wasn't a regular starter for Montpellier when he was there. Even in his first season, which was his better season, only played sort of 67% of the games starting, and he went from that to then playing full 80s for the Springboks in a time where we hammered New Zealand at Mbombela, for example. And that's kind of, again, a player who doesn't really matter what he's been doing, domestically. Put him in a Bok jersey in the right environment, and he kind of always sort of steps up. So it's an interesting one, isn't it? Etzebeth, for example, as well, was somebody that people deemed a bad signing when he was in France, a different player when he's over here. And it's a bit different to players like a Jasper Wiese, for example, and Andre Esterhuizen, who continue to light up, the Premiership at the clubs, and then not always be able to do the same thing in a Springbok jersey compared. And obviously, Esterhuizen is competing with Damien Delendi, one of the best inside centers of all time for the Boks. But I think the main thing is it's more a reflection of how good the Springbok environment is versus to how bad other environments are. But it goes to show you that in order to get the best out of players, you've got to create an environment that lends itself to getting the best out of them as a person and then as a player. And I think that's, for example, where the Lions have done things very well this season. When you look at the player group that they've got, and it's not anywhere near the player group of the other three unions, but I think there has been an environment, I think within the team itself, the team culture, the actual union, there's a bit of a joke and a bit of a mess. But I think within the team, there's a bit of a culture there which lends itself towards getting every single last sort of inch or every last bit of talent out of these players, which is why they have overperformed, really, missed out on a playoff on a technicality and, finished way ahead of the Sharks, despite not having those players. So I think it's an interesting thing, for example, you look at unions, I think Stormers got that very much right under John Dobson, where they've created an environment to really promote players who are discarded by other unions. Jemani Leeboks, for example, who went from Bulls to Sharks, was a bit part player, and now he's a World Cup winner. And it goes to show that if you want these players to perform at the highest level, you've got to create that environment. And it's almost a bit of a word of caution. If you go and sign players, and that are doing really well in other leagues, you've got to understand what makes them tick, why they're performing so well in that team, and how do you replicate that kind of environment? How do you, solve those issues when they go overseas? Because you can't just, we've evidently seen that you're not just, picking a player, plucking him out of a team, putting him in another team and expecting him to be the same level, because that's just not the case. Let me know what you think. Are there any other factors, for example? Is this one of those things where, maybe signing a Springbok for an overseas team isn't the best decision? I mean, we've seen a lot of these players have been tremendously successful. Ches and Colby was phenomenal when he was over in France. Peter Steph, the Toy, Jesse Creel, Kwaka Smith, Malcolm Marks, they've all been fantastic in Japan, for example. So, yeah, what do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And 2 days out from the second test between Ireland and South Africa, Andy Farrell has officially named his lineup for the second test, and some big omissions. Peter O'Mahony, the captain, is dropped down to the bench. As a result, number 8, Caelan Doris, will captain the side on Saturday, which will also not feature Bundee Aki. After going on the first test, obviously a lot to prove here for Ireland, who believe they can still win the series in inverted commas. Simon, assistant coach yesterday, Simon Easterby, talking about the fact that if they were to win by 7 points, would that mean that they might have won the series? What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. But let's go through the side, shall we? In the front row, no changes in there. So Andrew Porter, Ty Furlong in the 2 props, but a change in hooker for Ronan Kelleher, who comes in for the injured Dan Sheehan. In the second row, also a change. James Ryan starts, which sees Ty Byrne shift to the flank, and he starts next to Joe McCarthy. Ty Byrne joins Josh van der Flier and Caelan Doris in the back row. So a couple of changes to the pack. It is a bigger pack, I think. Ronan Kelleher, to be fair, whilst he's coming in for the injured Dan Sheehan, I think wouldn't be a bad player to be actually having against the Boks. Did concede a couple of penalties last week, but brings a good physical presence about him. James Ryan coming to the side as well, adds a bit of bulk with Ty Byrne replacing Peter O'Mahony on the side. So it's an interesting decision in the pack. It is definitely a bigger pack, definitely trying to be a bit more physical this weekend, try and sort of nullify that monster pack that the Boks do have, in inverted commas, because I say inverted commas very specifically because we talk about the monster pack and how big the Springboks are, but man for man, they actually generally have been lighter than Ireland, and most of the packs actually come up against in the past few games. But there's that sort of whole idea of the physicality there. So Ireland definitely going with a bigger pack and looking to try and get that sort of ascendancy come scrum time, especially, which was a very interesting aspect of the game. If we look at the back row, Conor Murray comes in for the injured Craig Casey. He'll partner Jack Crowley. There's also a change in the midfield. Gary Ringrose starts next to Robbie Henshaw. No Bundee Aki in the 23. It doesn't mention any injuries there, so we'll try and confirm that with Andy Farrell a bit later. The back 3, however, is unchanged. So Jamie Osborne will get his second appearance at fullback. Calvin Nash and James Lowe, the 2 wings. Off the bench, it will be Rob Herring, Cian Healy and Finlay Beelum, the replacement front row. You then got Ryan Baird, Peter O'Mahony, Cannon Blade comes in, Kieran Frawley and Stuart McCloskey as well gets an opportunity in that number 23 jersey. It's a good Irish side and some very interesting changes. Whether it'll change the way they play, very unlikely. They kind of have their sort of DNA and they don't really tend to move away from it. But definitely some significant change with regards to the type of players they've got that will try and execute this game plan. They've had now a week to have a look at that Springbok side. It is an unchanged Springbok 23, so nothing much that the Irish will need to look at in terms of any surprises from the Boks. The question is, can they change things up? Can they get over the line? And can they level the series on Saturday? Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Good, thanks.
To start with, I might ask about Bundee Aki. We kind of heard he picked up a knock last Saturday.
Yes,
was it injury related, and if so, how close was he to making it this week?
Yeah, it is injury related. He's a bang on his shoulder that he was brave enough to go through the last 20 minutes of the game. That's what he does for his team. You know, he'll fight when he has to. But unfortunately, really so at the beginning of the week, a little bit shut down, etc. And would have been a risk. But also with the quality of backup centres that we've got, we have to do the right thing by the team, and Bundee understands that.
One of the other changes then, Tyg Byrne in the background, James Ryan into the second row. On Tyg in the back row, it's something you've tried previously, the first game of the Rugby World Cup. What are you hoping to see from it? What is the thinking behind it for this weekend's game?
Well, I mean, you can talk about Tig or Pete going to the bench, but what people are failing at this moment in time to talk about is James Ryan has been a starter for us for years and years and been a real leader within our side, and he's not happy sitting on the bench neither, and we've seen some real guts and fight and determination to want to get his starting place back. So he's I thought he had a great impact off the bench last week, and how he's trained throughout this tour so far shows that he's hungry, so we're hoping to get something from him, and also we know that Tig Byrne's a world-class player no matter what position he plays in.
And then also Caelan Doris as captain this week. It's something that's going to come up during the week around his communication with Luke Pearce last week, and there's obviously been he's spoken about it as well this season, about how it's been a work in progress for him stepping up to captaincy and dealing with that. Are you fully confident in his ability to work with the referees and the officials on the day?
I'm more than fully confident. I thought he was excellent at the weekend. I think first and foremost he leads from the front. I mean, he's in outstanding form. His performance last week, never mind the leadership or the captaincy bit, he was outstanding. So that's, be the best version of yourself. That's the best form of leadership. But also he's a calming influence. He's bright. The questions that he's going to the referees with are the right ones. His manner is very good as well. I'm sure as Caelan goes through his leadership roles, and hopefully there'll be many more as far as captaincy is concerned. Albeit he is still in that infancy, isn't he? As far as trying to get some more experience there, hence why he's got this opportunity. But he'll continue to earn respect from himself as a captain, as a leader, but more so in the eyes of the referees as well.
And Robbie came off, I think, with a head injury.
Yeah.
What was the timeline of him being available to play this game? Did he fail a HIA?
No, he didn't. His HIA. His concussion not confirmed, so he went through the protocols 2 and 3, flying colours, no concussion confirmed, so he's not missed any training this week.
So he had to come off.
It's the pings on the gum shield, yeah, and therefore the ruling at this moment in time, the pings on the gum shield, if it's before half time, you have to get a HIA at half time, and as we know, it's a tough old process to go through.
If you had a conversation with Peter, what was that like? Obviously, you're captain again for this campaign. What was the chat?
Very easy, because of how he is as a person, and you don't expect those conversations to be easy. But don't get me wrong, now he's not accepting and he's not happy, obviously, but he does the right thing for the team. And that's at the forefront of his mind constantly, and that's proper leadership. He understands that we want to have a look in this direction to see how it goes. He's the captain of this tour, and I suppose it shows the mark of the man how you lead after a little bit of disappointment of how you carry on being yourself or not. And Pete's on the bench for a reason. He makes people feel good. It's right when he's there, his presence and leading, and that has been so evident over the last couple of days. So he couldn't have done a better job in that regard.
Andy, the Bucks used quite a clever substitution strategy.
We've seen that before.
Yeah. Obviously it gave him momentum. I think that's the general consensus, even though you guys scored a couple of great tries as well.
Yeah.
But do you have a specific tactic in mind to deal with that?
Yeah, stop it, please.
Sorry?
Stop it, please. Yeah, scrum harder. Look, I mean, you look at the strength in depth that they've got and the quality that they've got coming off the bench. I mean, it says everything where South Africa are at this moment in time. I've heard you guys and many experts as well talk about whether this is the best South African group that they've ever had. Well, I certainly go along with that type of feel myself. Hence why we're privileged to be able to come over here and test ourselves.
Sorry, just the last couple of questions for the live section and then the embargo section. Far ahead.
On the other hand, it's also it's a game of extremely small margins.
Yes.
Centimeters. So how would you get on the right side of those margins? What do you think you need to do? Which areas do you think you need to step up in?
Quite a bit, actually. I mean, I've no doubt it was a great game to watch and exciting, a bit chaotic at times. There was a lot going on, decisions-wise, or lack of them, and all the talk's been of that as well. But that was a proper test match, and I get all that. But when we strip it back from our side, we're disappointed enough, especially like I said about our first half performance. It wasn't us doing things properly, and it might not seem like that to everyone, but to us it was. So therefore, we need to improve. We need to commit and be better than we was. I've no doubt South Africa are going to be twice as good this weekend, and so hence why we need to move pretty quickly this week as far as the honesty of where we're at and what we need to do going forward.
Okay, last question for the live section. Yeah,
sorry, and on that game, if we go back to the World Cup game, I think a lot of people thought it was a great game in terms of how accurate it was, how technical it was, how well both sides played. How much of a level down do you think last week was in those aspects, not in sort of...
Yeah, I think it was down. I think it was down. Yeah, certainly from our point of view. I think South Africa played outstandingly well in that game as well. Is that a bounce of a ball or a refereeing decision or whatever it may be? It just goes to show that's what we keep producing at this moment in time. But I suppose for both teams, if we don't get to be at our best, then one side is definitely capable of running away with these type of games as well.
Thanks. Just last question for this section.
Do you feel that you guys had a chance of salvaging this series? I mean, you went to All Blacks in 2022 and then won a series there, but of course now it's just one game left. But do you feel like you've got a chance that you can salvage it and get maybe one?
Do you think we've got a chance?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. It's nice to turn it around sometimes. I want to know what you think.
Yeah, like I'm saying, because
you think we've no chance, don't you?
Like you can see the intention from South Africa that they really want to give you guys a very good game and then win the series.
It's big for South Africa. I get that. It's a 2-game series. Is it a series? 2-game series? I don't know. They're normally 3. But it's our last chance to have a crack at what is the best side in the world at this moment in time, and we relish that opportunity. I think when you put on a green shirt, you've always got a chance.
Okay, that's it for the online.
off Peter O'Mahony based on this selection?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he's a determined type bloke, always there to try and prove a point. And you know what it's like with the game now. We just talked about the Springboks bench, etc. What he'll bring for us is something very important. Not just the leadership part, but the know-how and the determination that he'll have in himself to prove a point.
Were you tempted to make any more changes or bring any of the new faces that you brought along in, or is the development they've got behind the scenes enough for them?
A little bit of both, to and fro at the beginning of the week, just because of the state of play with everyone really. You know, there's absolutely no doubt if people were 80% and we had people 100, then 100% we make the change. But guys have pulled up really well on the back of what was a tough test match for us as far as injuries were concerned. So we're happy with that. But yeah, to answer your question about the young guys or the new guys in the team, in my opinion, you should only put them in when they're good and ready. The experience that they've had coming out here, and the chats that they've had with the coaches, the feedback from the training sessions, how we do things, how you plan to move on with them in the future has been absolutely priceless.
I know it's hard to go big picture of even a big test match, but you said the Six Nations was a continuation of what you did at the World Cup. At any point, is there going to be a pivot towards the future, or is it always going to be that kind of continuation? And where do you feel the team's development is at compared to maybe where you were in Marseille and at the World Cup?
Well, Marseille was pretty good,
Yeah.
and hopefully this game's going to be pretty good as well. Look, to me, we love winning, and winning matters. I just want to see a performance that we're proud of at the weekend, more so than last week. You know, I can sit comfortably with that because of where we're going as a team, the development. But I do think if you get the performance that we're after, we're more than capable of winning. I think the evolution of a side, it becomes obvious. You know, you talk about those guys who could have been given a chance, but you know the opportunity they've had to come on tour, to know that they're in the frame, etc. It's now up to them. Or hopefully their appetite is where it should be for the pre-season, for the start of the season. And like I always say to you, and I say to the players constantly, especially those guys that you talk about, selection's up to them, not up to me. They've got to prove a point to be able to show that they're worthy of that space, because others are not going to give it away lightly.
Peter?
Andy, it's Jack Crowley's 7th start. How do you assess his progress since he stepped into the hot seat?
Like you would expect it. I mean, he's a quality player, Jack, and his strength is he's able to stay focused when the chaos is all around him, and also when things are not going quite the way that you would hope that they're going to go, because that's Test match rugby. So as far as his 7-game progress is concerned, I mean, you would admit that he's played some really promising games for us, but it's the ones that he's learning from the most, and I've no doubt he learned a lot from last week of how to control the game, how to have authority on the game, etc. And I suppose that's the step in everyone's progress, really, when you're looking at such a young international career so far.
Thanks. John?
And the first test, second test in New Zealand, quarter-final to Marseille in the Six Nations, the performance was stepped up on each occasion. Do you sense that, or do you get a sense of that resolve?
I do, but you know what it's like. It's you know, I mean, I hear some people say, "Wow, that was a brilliant warm-up," and I've had terrible performances. I've heard people say that was a terrible performance, and we've had some brilliant performances. You know, we actually trained unbelievably well last Wednesday. and Friday within the captain's run. We looked sharp, hungry. That's what I was disappointed with, how we didn't transfer to what we expect of ourselves. We've trained well again this week, and there's an appetite there, and there's a little bit of a spark in the right, but it's got to translate on the day. It matters on Saturday at 5 o'clock, and the opposition will have a say in that as well.
There was a couple of areas that you'd like to see improved, what would they be on Saturday? Without going into obviously.
Plenty, honestly. The coals are going to go out in the barbecue in a second if we kept talking about where we're at from last week. I thought we were passive a little bit in most areas. I mean, you could put that to attack, defence, breakdown, set piece, all of that, you know. Just some real intent in what we're trying to do, and we've certainly seen that in training this week.
Final couple of questions, Murray.
Like, you're very honest about the performance, and I agree with you. It seems like a dip off. Like, it's such an experienced group who are remarkably consistent. Really, are you very blunt with them? Are they so experienced that you don't really need to do that?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Sometimes I'm not. It's just a feel of how you feel the group is, etc. You know. But they're very good at wanting honest feedback, because if you don't give honest feedback, Murray, in my opinion, you don't care, you know, or people think that it's acceptable, and all of a sudden, if you're accepting something, then that's your 100%, and it's not the case. We're after better than that, so everyone agrees, and we move on and see what we've got.
And Gary said yesterday that you have a phrase, I hope I'm not misquoting, that the next game is the biggest game in Irish rugby history. Something like that.
Well, it is, yeah.
Why is that the case this week?
Because we're playing against the world number one at home after we've lost a game. We don't tend to lose two on the bounce very much. We need to take responsibility for that.
Last question, please.
Coach Andy, have you spoken to James Law? I mean, he had...
Have I spoken to him? No. No, he's been sent to his room and I've not spoken to him all week.
In some of the headspace, how is he going to this game? And also,
his headspace? I don't know. I don't want to go there, actually.
And then also, we saw there were so many emotions in that game. How are you going to keep that in check? Because some team, whenever that rises, then they can take advantage of that. How are you going to ensure that that doesn't happen? The emotion, the part where... Because
well, I'm sure that South Africa would look at some of the stuff that James Laws did as well, making sure that some of the good stuff that he did doesn't happen again as well, you know. So I think a mixed bag is an understatement, really, the sublime to the ridiculous. But you know, the glaring error was the one from the kick-off, obviously, and he doesn't need telling about that. He's not 3 years of age, you know. He understands that, but how we set up Jamie for his first try on his first cap was the real James Law. How we finished the try that wasn't a try was quite remarkable, really. So we know what he's about as a talent.
Sorry, just very quickly, Rory, last question.
Andy, can I just ask you, how are Dan Sheehan and Craig Casey?
Craig's like a bird with a sore head, not because of the concussion, because he's out of the test, obviously. He played well, didn't he? And he'd be disappointed to not have a chance to back that up. But he's in good spirits, and Dan's exactly the same. Yeah, he's a serious enough injury there, but both of them were desperate to stay on with the team. We'd do the right thing by the player first and foremost if they wanted to go home, but they want to stay with the team, and they're adding to how we are as a group, and it's great to see that everyone's rallying around them both as well, you know, and supporting them.
Thanks, everyone.
Cheers.
Gary, you've got 2 games under your belt now after that stuttering season with injury. Do you feel now that you're kind of like fully back, match fit, ready to go for everything?
Yeah, I think like even when coming back, you don't have no excuses especially how we train at Leinster and in Ireland. I know the other provinces are the same with how they train. That if you get a couple of weeks run of training, it shouldn't be an excuse to get back match fit. So I guess I never would have had that excuse coming into the end of the season with Leinster and this. But yeah, it's been great to 2 losses, so I can't say they've been good experiences at the end of the day, but it's always a privilege getting back playing, and when you are injured, appreciate how lucky an opportunity is to get.
You obviously came on at half time on Saturday and made an impact. Were you kind of like a coiled spring ready to go, waiting for the ball?
We trained and challenged all week, and I covered the back three and centre stuff. It's like Faz would challenge the whole bench and even the guys that are out there to know your stuff, so it's having that challenge put to us is always good, because you kind of have a good feel for the game. You're looking at it from more than one perspective. So when I got the call to come on at half time, I was ready to go at 13 and excited to get out there and play in a big game.
What were the positives you took from Saturday that gives you the belief now that you can go on and level the series this weekend?
It's tough when you lose. You don't take many positives, but I guess the opportunities that we potentially did create maybe didn't take. I think there's another level in how we can play. I credit to them how strong they are on defence and the pressure they put you under, and then equally on attack they have really good variety. So it's to, I guess, having faced it once, no doubt they're trying to level up again, and there's areas of their game we'll try and level up, and equally then we'll try and do the same thing. So the positives, I guess, is having an opportunity to go again, and knowing that I think we can be better, and the challenges will be to improve on wherever they improve on as well.
And just finally for me then, Dale Ende and Creel, they're going again this weekend in the centre. What is it about those players? Like, what are their special talents? What are the things they're bringing to the South African team?
But they've great cohesion when they play together. Damien's an unbelievably good ball player, passing ability off both hands, kicking ability as well with attacking kicks, and that's before mentioning his ability to carry. And then you've Jesse Creel, who on defence gets through a crazy amount of work and chases every chance, chases every scrap, and he's kind of a cornerstone of their defence. Even on Colby's try, you can see he's chasing up the inside as well. So it wasn't just a once-off bit of moment from Colby, it was him chasing the chance too. And then on attack, his pace and ability to take on the line as well is tough to deal with. So we'll have our work cut out for us this week.
Thanks. Rory then.
Currie, that Colby moment, is that just kind of a reminder of what's expected, what should be expected at international level for a guy who's won 2 World Cups, done everything in the game, he's still hunting the way as if it was a World Cup final? Is that just a reminder to the young lads that this is what it takes to be a top quality international and make moments happen in big games?
Yeah, I think so. Like, taking a step back from all of it it's a lesson for young and old, everyone, that he's obviously unbelievably talented, but that's kind of a zero talent moment from him. It doesn't require skill, it just requires work rate, which he has in abundance, and then creates the opportunity for himself. So yeah, definitely, I think anyone can take a lesson from that.
What's kind of this week been like in terms of, like, you don't lose often in this group, but Andy seemed pretty disappointed on Saturday night. Like, has it been kind of down? Has it been trying to, like, how have you kind of assessed and kind of used last week to try and motivate yourselves for this week?
Yeah, it's like, as in, there's no egos in the group, and why we say it's a special group, and we all feel privileged to be a part of it, that everyone wants to do their best, give their best, and ultimately win. But that's a byproduct of being as focused and as hard working and enjoying each other's company, and all of that. So when it doesn't work out, I think a lot of guys are quite hard on themselves. So it's about just being open and honest and transparent, and putting it all out there. So that's probably what the last 2 days have looked like, just being open and honest, what we can do better, what maybe look good and what we can build on. And it's like it's a huge opportunity to, as a group, for us to get a chance to go again, is all any of us would ever want. So sorry, I kind of went on a tangent there, but I guess that's it. Open and honest, transparent. Say it as it is. It's not being hard or soft or anything. It's just dealing with the reality of the game and trying to be better.
Generally racking your brain to remember the last time you've lost 2 in a row. So I'm sure you're not losing that as a negative emotion, or motivation. But this team do tend to bounce back. You did it in New Zealand. You've done a good record of doing it.
I guess, like me personally, and wouldn't necessarily look at the outcome. It's just back to the process. So win or lose, that'd be what we'd be doing. But I guess after a loss like that, it's maybe a little bit more heightened to try and be better, work harder in our preparation, and then let go, and you have that freedom to attack the game off the back of how we prepared. So without putting pressure on an outcome, it's certainly now is to just prepare as best we can.
Murray?
After the game, Andy said like it being the final week of the season should give lads a real buzz. A very good last time. Has that been the case? Like final point of obviously a massive year in your life? Does it give you the extra energy?
I think so. What I remember Andy said before, I can't remember exactly which game, but he's like, the biggest game in Irish rugby's history is always the next one. And with how competitive the group is, how special an opportunity it'd be to represent the country, that it couldn't be more truer. And given, I suppose, it's the last week of the season, maybe that's true too. But any opportunity any of us get to play for Ireland, it's never taken for granted, and it motivates you to work hard, like I was saying, in the week to prepare and challenge the process of being as ready as we can to then ultimately let go and attack the game on the weekend. So like it wouldn't, certainly from my perspective, I was injured a lot, so you'd never think back about a long season or get too caught up in that. It's just the week that's in it is to give it everything.
Did the experience of playing in box in South Africa live up to the billing? Just maybe hype about the fortress and how different it is. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess rugby is like a bit of a religion here, so it's cool being in that environment where it clearly means a lot to a lot of people. So to test yourself or get a chance to test ourselves at that level, bigger picture will only benefit from. But yeah, I guess I've said it before, I think it was the prep before the Leinster game, like Loftus is a pretty cool stadium in terms of a bit of history to it, the fact that it's brick and a bit more old school. So that was cool playing there, and then equally this week in Durban, getting that same chance to play at a kind of iconic stadium. So yeah, it definitely lives up to the hype.
Is it true you're going to be dad?
Yeah, but that's a little bit down the line, so be focusing on the task at hand. Yeah.
Spoken of man experience. Last couple of questions, guys. Anyone from our South African guests? Yeah.
Gary, do you feel as if your rugby is in a very good place at the moment, with the closest rivalry between the North and the South, and obviously having played in the URC and so on, and the impact that South African teams sort of had in the competition?
Yeah, they've definitely made an impact on the URC. Over my last couple of years playing with Leinster, with the Pro 14, and then maybe even a little bit through COVID, the South African teams, it was maybe a bit clunky, but I think last season was pretty evident, with the one before and last, that the South African teams have really found their feet and challenging European rugby, with no game being any sort of let up, whether it's home or away. You got to be all in. And then yeah, I suppose the experience this group is playing against New Zealand, Australia a couple of years ago, the November tests. I think it's great to be a part of, and getting the challenge against the best and the back-to-back world champs is all I'd consider myself lucky to get that opportunity. But yeah, it's a pretty special time, I think, for rugby at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much, guys. Gary.
Come on, Ed. 15 minutes, guys.
No, really.
How's it? That's interesting. They might get it back to help her out. What is going on?
How are you, brother? You good?
You're aggressive. I think it's That was cool. And you got to go to the change room. You got to go
I connect to work.
I came in a jacket.
That's true.
And videos. Yeah, it's extremely technical. For sure. Hello.
All set?
Yes, sir.
Happy days. All set? In the middle. Alati. Anna, to the left. Thank you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I say Anna Kapau, steady. Ni alay puri. Awam. Thank you so much. Kumusta net tour? Nice with this. Yes. I say spread. Steady. Anak tedira. RG. Mau Marie. That's a anak kapau coach. Jy staan net so. Ox. Steady. 2 more. Happy days. Thank you so much. Last the part, 10 past 10. You've got 15. It's got a 2-10 now.
Kaelan, Andy said yesterday that he's been fairly honest and blunt with the team this week around last week's performance. How ready do you feel this week, and how honest has he been over the last few days?
Yeah, we had a good meeting on Wednesday in particular where we saw some clips that we felt wasn't what we've shown over the last number of years in terms of some of the smaller things, our work rate for each other, kind of standing up for each other a little bit, a response to a couple of positives from them and not responding how we would have in the past, which was sort of brought up a little bit of hurt, and it was kind of frustrating seeing those images back, and kind of makes you want to fly into the match as soon as possible. So we had a good training session off the back of that, and I feel lads have a little bit of an edge off the back of that as well. And we've also kind of spoken about our calm and doing things our way, which we can't go away from either. So it's kind of trying to strike the balance between being calm, doing things how we do them, but having a little bit of an edge and a little bit of an aggression with us as well.
It's more than 3 years since this team has lost 2 games in a row. How much have you drawn on previous experiences over the last couple of years, like losing the first test in New Zealand and the way you responded after the quarterfinal of the World Cup to go to Marseille? How important have those games been to look back on this week?
Yeah, we've touched on some of those, that New Zealand one in particular, where we felt we didn't get things right, and then we bounced back and showed a bit of resilience in the second test. So we have mentioned that this week. I think, like I always say to you guys, that there's a lot of belief in how we do things in here, in the quality of player, the quality of coach. So I think we'll lean on that belief, and we want to finish with a good performance and a good result at the end of a long season.
And finally, then for me, a lot's been said this week about your own role as a captain and standing captain last week and dealing with referees and stuff. And you were honest last week when you spoke to us after the game about how you're kind of still learning that role on the job. How big of a vote of confidence is it from Andy, do you feel, to put you in as captain this weekend after all that?
Yeah, delighted to be in the role. I think the first time, the Italy week, there was probably more nerves and more pressure and more sort of self-doubt. This week I'm feeling more the privilege and the honour, and it's been helped massively by Pete, who's obviously the tour captain. We've had good chats along the way, but also the leadership group have stepped in massively and have taken weight off me at times. So I've leaned on them a lot, and like Pete in particular, it's obviously tough for him going from a starting position last week to a bench position this week, but he's led unbelievably through the week and has been a massive helping hand for me, and when he comes on I'm sure he'll do the same.
Congrats again, Kevin.
Thank you.
What was the chat like with Andy? Did he tell you exactly what he wants, or just say you're captain? Go on.
More so the latter, yeah. Sort of lead with actions is kind of the key message in how I played, and he felt I did that quite well last week through the performance, and wants the same thing again this week. But of course you've got to also take into account the sort of vibe amongst the players through the week and little extra responsibilities through the week as well. But I think the main thing is the 80 minutes and how you show up then.
As you say, you've done it before a few months ago. Is it different this time? Has your phone blown up even more because of the scale of the game maybe?
Yeah, there's been a fair few texts, which has been nice, yeah. I do feel more comfortable. I think with any new job or any new responsibility, there's probably a bit of self-doubt and whatnot, but having that week against Italy, having sort of the swap over at the end of games when Pete was coming off, and then with Leinster as well, getting to do it 4 or 5 times, it's a little bit more comfortable at this stage. Still not fully used to the role. I'm still early days, but I'm enjoying it.
And just when you say like standing up for each other, you mean that very literally, like when Craig went down, that you should pile in on top of Simon or things like that, or what do you know?
Not necessarily piling in on top, but through how we play the game, I think it was a scrum after, and they dominated that scrum, and it goes from there. So it's not necessarily the pushing and shoving, it's more so how we can implement and show a reaction in the actual game.
Thanks. Lloyd?
Okay. Just on the last 2 weeks, if you can give us a sense of the experience here. I mean, does the series have a bit of a different feel? Does it feel like a big match feel going into the weekend, given that they're the world champions and you play against the best side of the world? Just your take on what the experience has been like and the enormity of the spectacle tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we felt the same way last week playing in Loftus, where Ireland hadn't played there since '98, I think, when Razzie was playing himself that last day. So like it was coming over here in general, playing against the double world champions in their backyard is a massive experience and something that we all got excited by. But then losing and kind of the nature of the game a little bit last week, it's probably ramps it up a little bit again this week, and given that it's the last game of a long season for us and that we were frustrated with how we showed up at times last week, it sort of ups that again. So there's big excitement within our camp for tomorrow and for trying to finish the season on a high.
Good afternoon, guys. Welcome to our captain's video conference. We've got Sia Kulisi and hands up for questions, so we can give everybody a chance to ask questions. Ken?
Afternoon, guys. Sia, at the end of last week's test, when you did your on-field interview with Pete, you said it was 1-1 now. Is that kind of how you guys are approaching the series? Obviously, presumably the World Cup match was the first match of the series and it was 2-0. Is it how you're approaching it as a
No.
pre-test?
No, definitely not. We want to win. We want to win tomorrow. Well, it's not 1-1, it's 1-0. If I said that, well, definitely didn't mean like that because we just want to win the series. You know, it will be important for us as a team, as this group. You know, and we all know before last weekend it's been since 2016. So yeah, we definitely want to go for the win this weekend and win the series.
It's going to be probably about the button for specifically the sort of natural thing for the next time you guys play. I'm sure most of the guys next week will obviously be more fringe against Portugal. So does that sort of add importance onto this game to take that momentum into the Rugby Championship next time?
Yeah, we just thinking tomorrow for us as a group. We want to make sure we use our opportunities because you never know what's going to happen after that, you know. So we want to use this opportunity to make sure we give everything we can. You know, we've worked hard as a group to be where we are, you know, and we don't want to let that slip in focusing on what's going to come after. This is the most important game for us at this point, you know, and we know how important it is to them too. So it's gonna be a proper test match. You know, if they came hard last week, they're gonna come obviously even harder because it's the last game of the season. You know, they're going on holiday after this. They're gonna throw everything at it, and those are the things that I've been thinking about. We haven't even thought about what's gonna happen after this.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Sasha has been doing well under our system, you know. Like you've mentioned now, he was part of our team even 2 years back in the NBA tour, and then I also coached him for his A team. And we always knew that he's got a great potential, you know. I always, probably when I look at his style of play, he's probably copy and paste of what normally Damien Valemsa offers to us, you know, with playing at 10, 12, and also being able to give us options at 15. I just enjoy the growth in him in the sense of how he's maturing as a human being. Also, but once again, when he got an opportunity, he's a player that looks excited and he wants to contribute and he wants to do better for the team. So I know a lot of people are very keen to see him getting more game time, you know, and listen, us as coaches also would love to see him more on the field, you know, but unfortunately sometimes, more especially in a game like last week, if you make changes too early in the game and you end up getting injuries, it might backfire on you, you know. So I know it's frustrating, maybe sometimes when he doesn't get a lot of game time, but he understands our plan. And I think he also respects the team, you know. So I would love also to see him more on the field, but I enjoy seeing his growth. I enjoy seeing him, even if he gets, for example, 20 minutes or he gets 10 minutes. You can see he's a guy that wants to really bring some positive impact in the game. And for him, at that age, at Twickenham, you know, in front of the crowd like that, to be able to slaughter a kick like he did the other day against Wales, it shows there's a great potential in him. But once again, if he can get enough game time, we'll also be happy as coaches.
Yeah, Danny Crowe was saying yesterday that the game last weekend, just quality-wise in terms of accuracy and that kind of thing, probably wasn't on the level of the game you guys had in the Rugby World Cup. Just very entertaining. Do you feel that way as well? I think playing last weekend, I mean, how much more quality-wise do both sides still have than the tactic they will bring out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think, it had moments, you know. I think the momentum kind of swung like that, where in the World Cup game, it was flat out for like full 80 minutes, you know. You defend, you almost scoring a try, then you're defending your try line, then it turns around like that. But those things happen in a game. It's all about who can control those big moments at the time, or when you could take the opportunity that came. You saw we started off well, and then they came back later, you know, in the game. But I think this game this weekend is gonna have, I think it's gonna be intense for 80 because we're playing to win the thing they're playing to draw the series. So yeah, I think from the word go, it's gonna be intense, and it's also all those who's gonna be taking the opportunities will count the most this coming weekend tomorrow.
Seeing there's a very interesting dynamic to this game, and I mean, I suppose experience, you would have kind of experienced everything in your career, but Ireland have made a decision to bench, Marnie. So, what do you think that kind of thing brings to a team? How will it influence them? Obviously, some people bring your captain on the bench.
Yeah, I mean we do the same here. I think when you're a player, all you care about is the team. What does the team need for that specific day? I have games where I get taken off at halftime because I can't. Is the next Kwaka at the time he's playing? He's what the team needs, to have change. If you start making it personal, just about yourself, just because of your position, then you're there for the wrong reason. I think Peter has played a lot of games, and he knows how important this game is. And if the coach makes a decision at the end of the day, that's what matters the most, and it's what the team needs. I'm sure he would have accepted it, and he would want the guys to do well. And Kellen Doris is not like he hasn't led the team before. He's done it before. He's a great player. I think it's more big for the outside people, but for us as players, we know what the team needs is what we're going to give for the team. So I don't think it will be such a big thing or a shock to them because, I've been in the same position and many other players have been in the same position. So I think they'll go on, and when he does come on, he'll go do his part, but he'll support Doris as much as he can.
Coach, there's another interesting thing. You guys have lost a number of games. I think you prepared for Aki, which is a fairly, you know what's coming. And how do you think, Currie Henshaw and Ringrose will change it? Because I think in the 9 series you're against the world. What is the difference in the challenge?
We know Bandy is always what you're going to get from him. He's a very tough guy. If you're playing against him in his channel, he's going to come the whole day. So with the guys that I think they've selected also now, world-class players, Ringrose and Henshaw, they've played together many times, and we know it's going to be a different challenge. But once again, like Sia said, we know the Irish team, they've got a lot of pride in how they do things and how they're so well organized as a team, So yes, I think the two centers will bring us probably different challenges. But once again, I think we've also prepared very well. And for us as coaches to be able to select the same 23 from last week, I think it shows also the space where we are as a team. Remember some of the guys, it was their first game playing last week. Like Sia mentioned now, for a team like Ireland, they're playing their last game of the season. Six Nations champions. So there's a lot of confidence also in their team. I think we know for sure that they want to finish their season on a high, but unfortunately, we also in our own journey, we're playing at home and we want to do it for the people in South Africa, and we're going to full out. We're going to go full out, and like I said last week also, the thing is for us, it's about our people in South Africa. We never had an opportunity the last time we won in Japan, to come back and being able to deliver for our people back at home, So now to get an opportunity to play in front of our home crowd, sold out stadium, and if we can close the series where we win it proper, it will be a great thing for us as South Africa, And once again, yes, they've got good partnership in those centers, but once again, on our side also, we just want to make sure that we keep getting better as a team. Very experienced, but normally, if you look at a guy like Gibson Park, what he offers, the speed in the game, and normally Conor Murray is the one guy that normally closes the game for them. Very matured head, and we know he's also got a solid kicking game. That's one thing that I know for sure. So we'll probably be challenged, probably under high balls, because that's what he does best. But once again, with his experience, I think he's one of the guys, if they had to lose someone, he's one of the guys that can step up and probably give us different challenges, you know. His kicking game is very solid. And if they get it right on a day and we're not at our best, I know one thing for sure, it might be a long day for us in the office, but I think Connor is experienced, you know, so it's going to be a tough challenge for us. But on the other side, you're also talking about a guy like Faf de Klerk who's been around, you know, so I think it's going to be a great contest between those two nines. And but yeah, once again, he's very experienced. Vata. He's going to give us tough challenges on high balls, and probably we're well prepared also for that.
Sia, you know, a lot obviously has been said about Russ's tactics, about, you know, the 6-2 split, the bench when he comes on the field and all. And I think the coaches have answered this a number of times, that for them, as long as they stick to the rules, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. But as players, what do you guys, it's almost laughable at how other nations, especially in the North, when they are unable to sort of deal with your tactics, are able to just say, maybe it's against the spirit of the game and things like that. You guys just sit in their room as players and be like, well, this is almost a joke.
It happens so much that we don't care. Like, why should we care? If there's a rule book, and none of the stuff that we do breaks any of the rules, and we do what works for us. But if it doesn't work for everybody else, then we don't. You will never hear us commenting about other people's tactics, because the focus is on us. What works for this team? What gets the team going? What do we need on Saturday? You know, and it always goes on teams who we're playing. So we know this team. Okay, we need this kind of, you know, team, and the coaches explain to us. You know, so we don't know why people always have something to say about what we do, but we never say anything about them. But it's fine with us. They can keep talking. We'll just keep on focusing on what we do, and if it doesn't work, then we can change it. But we don't sit and dwell on it. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's almost like what he said. I just want to follow up on that. But is it then maybe a compliment to the other teams that you are able to, almost like you want to use your best weapon?
100%. I honestly believe that they should see it that way, because if we're strengthening here, we know that's where they're strong, and we want to take that, you know, and go on that. So we make plans on who we play. Our game plan doesn't change, but we know on personnel, okay, Sia will maybe only last us 20 minutes. We need to put this guy in. That's how we do that. And it's not we're not thinking, no, we want to have less backs or anything like that. It's just about what the team needs on a specific day, and the way you want to play on the day. And you're right, it is a compliment on whoever we're playing against.
And Kate, just to follow up on that question, Ireland did use the 6-2 split also during the Six Nations, and I think for them, you know, on a day like Sia is saying that whatever that works for you, do you understand? As long as it's within the rules of the game, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and it's in a good spirit of the game. And people in South Africa, they enjoy watching our bomb squad coming in, you know. And if it works for us, we're not going to change it. And on a day, if we decide to go to 7-1, we'll go to that 7-1. If on a day we feel like, okay, 5-3 split is what we need on a day, because if you look at the challenges we've got now in the game, our backline players, probably they run a lot of meters around the game now, you know. So there's going to be time somewhere, somehow, where we're going to go back to our normal 5-3 split. But like Sia is saying, that what works for us on a day, and you look at it, what the team offers, you know. And so once again, when it comes to the spirit of the game, I think if you want to look at a positive spirit of the game, look at the South Africans. That's how we play the game. We played in a good spirit. And there's one thing that I know between us and the Irish team. There's a good respect between the two teams. I'm talking about coaching staff. I'm talking about the players. The amount of respect we've got for one another. So I don't want us to the other noise around, you know, to get in between the spirit of the game. You know, that's one thing that I respect about how we operate. You know, we've got massive respect for the Irish team. They've used the 6-2 split during Six Nations. So I see nothing wrong with that. If it works for them, happy days.
Sia, it's obviously a home game for the rest of the guys, but for you, it's only been months since you get the shots. You're obviously playing a familiar territory at Kings Park. How much does that mean for you? It being your former home ground, if anything, does it have an influence on your game?
No, I think it's important to all of us as a group. Like, whenever we play in South Africa, it doesn't matter where it's home at the end of the day. And, you know, whether it's in Cape Town, people are coming to support the Springboks, not supporting Ox because he plays for the Sharks. They're coming to see everybody. So I'm just happy that I can, play and be part of this game here. And I know the people of Durban, they love the rugby. I mean, the games is already sold out already. So it's gonna be exciting, and I hopefully will see on the way in, how it used to be, where the people are buying on the field and on the B field. So I'm looking forward to that. I know, yeah, it's gonna be a great day, but I think the whole team is excited to be playing this game.
Coach, what sort of thing these two-test series? I think myself and a few supporters would be quite disappointed if the series finished 1-1 without a decider. On the one hand, it's important to have these games against the smaller nations like Portugal and Japan. But on the other hand, do you think there's a space to go back to the three-test series and still have that extra game against a smaller team? Or are you guys not really worried when it's a two-test or three-test series?
I don't think it. If you, for example, the opportunity that Portugal will get to play against the Springbok team, I think it's something that is more important for the growth of the game. The smaller nations, the so-called tier 2 teams. I think it's good also for us to make sure that we also keep developing those countries and assist them. So yes, I understand a lot of people would have loved to see a 3-match series game. If you ask me as a coach, if we win tomorrow, it's okay for 2 games. So I won't complain. But once again, I think the most important thing is that we mustn't forget about, we need to also help other countries. So I totally respect and I admire the fact that World Rugby is trying to also make sure that it's assisting all those other countries also. So I think for the spirit of the game, I think that's the most important thing, to make sure that, I know there's a lot of Portuguese people in South Africa, and probably it's going to be a great occasion for them also when it comes to Bloemfontein. And already we've had the vibe. People can't wait for us to get to Bloem. So I think for the sake of growth and the development of the game, I think it's a good thing that those teams, they also get an opportunity to play against the tier 1 nations. And but once again, from my side, it's going to be a different challenge. But for now, the main focus is tomorrow. If we can close the series tomorrow, and to me, and then we win 2-0, then I won't complain about 2 games. And but once again, I'm in the same boat as you. If it was up to me, probably I would say, okay, let's have a go for 3 games. And I know a lot of people, irrespective of how things turn up tomorrow, if we win in South Africa, I know South Africans will be happy. If we don't win, I know there will be a lot of people that are disappointed with the draw. But otherwise, I understand where they come from, and I totally respect it.
Right, hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Half an hour to go. Half an hour basically to go, and we will have action down in Durban. This is the second test of South Africa and Ireland, and what is being labelled as the battle for number 1. The current world champions versus the side which has consistently been the best in the world over the last few years. Lots of talking during the week. We have got a performance about last week to talk about, which was very impressive from South Africa when they got the job done. I'm looking for a response, and I tell you what, everything in that Irish camp does indicate towards an Irish side which is very focused and very ready to try and respond and get a win back. So welcome to the official watch-along here on Forever Sports. Make sure you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. I want to start doing a check-in. Let me know where you're watching the game from. Let me know who you are supporting. We've got a poll running asking who are you supporting in the comments. Over 400 people have already voted. We're going to try and get that to 1,000 before the beginning of the game. So right now, I want you to start doing a check-in to let me know where you're watching from. You're going to go through the sides in just a bit. Have a look at, for example, where the experience is coming from, the changes made by Ireland, the lack of changes made by the Springboks, an unchanged 23. A case of if it's not broken, don't fix it for the Boks. And interesting decision by Rassie Erasmus not to rotate. Whereas Andy Farrell was forced into a couple of rotations, losing 3 players to injury, 3 key players as well. No Dan Sheehan, no Craig Casey, and no Bundy Aki in this Irish 23 today. A change of captaincy as well, with Peter O'Malley being dropped down to the bench. So we're going to go through the team and talk about some of the clashes, for example, and look exactly where this game might be won and lost. A lot of experience coming into the side, to be fair. Ronan Kelleher has been around the block. Conor Murray is a test match centurion. And Gary Ringrose comes in for Bundy Aki as well. James Ryan into the side. So, yeah, there is a lot of experience that has come in. It's not like, there's a lot of new faces that do start in their place of the ones that are injured, but still some very, very big decisions being made by Andy Farrell. So let's start doing a check-in and say in the comments. Let me know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what's the vibe. We're going to do score predictions in about 20 minutes time just before the game. So we've still got time to try and lock those in. I want to know exactly how you think this game's going to go. If it's going to be a big scoreline, a small scoreline, for example. I also want you to start hitting that like button. We're only sitting on 27 likes. See if we can get that up to closer to 50, maybe even 100 before the game begins at what will probably be about just after 5 o'clock. I think it's scheduled for 17:05 officially. Sometimes they run early, sometimes they run a little bit late, but still lots of time to get going. We've had a very interesting week of build-up. Rassie Erasmus has had to speak about a lot of criticism, for example, towards the box squad with reference to, the bomb squad, the 6-2 split, for example. Yesterday we saw that be spoken about by Sia Khaleesi as well as Zwandile Stick during their press conference, for example. They also had to talk a bit about it. And sort of defended it, basically saying that it's in the laws of the game, and that lots of other teams doing it. Stick actually referring to the fact that Ireland themselves, deployed a 6-2 split in the Six Nations, so it's not something that's new, for example. So a weird sort of, a rhetoric that continues to sort of sit there on the fringes of All Block games is the whole sort of bomb squad vibe. I don't think it's very merited. I think that until there's proper research being done and scientific evidence that it is dangerous, for example, and if they maybe start to make those changes to the laws because of it, then we can start to worry about that. But for now, it's working. There are no injuries to the Springboks, for example, so a certain amount of proof in the pudding in terms of the way that the Boks are using their bench to sort of protect the players actually and keep their players nice and fresh. Interestingly, I think today is going to be the scrum battles. Last year, we saw very much a very sort of technical sort of scrum battle, and one of those things where I think that it was a case of the referee not giving as much reward as you probably would have liked. For example, I think that it's an interesting one from a Don Human perspective. Obviously, he's going to have to sit there and try and work out what was going wrong there and why the Boks didn't get more reward for at the scrums and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how we kind of adapt to that, whether we got feedback from the referee itself and what that feedback was. Looking at some of the check-ins over there, I'm seeing Peter Lowe saying, how's it there from Three Rivers Gauteng. Janka here is checking in from Morimole. Telling us there's a countdown. Well, let's give it in 5. I can get the countdown back in a second, so we'll have that running over there in just a bit. But yeah, so we've been able to build up. So we're going to look at the teams over there. We're going to start with the Springbok side, which is obviously an unchanged 23. We will then have a look at the Irish side and see what changes they've made. Probably far more significant than the Boks, given the fact that there are some changes, both injury enforced as well as tactical changes to the Irish 23. Andy Farrell making some very, very brave calls. And whether they'll pay off, well, wait and see. I do think we're going to see quite a strong response. I do think that if we look at last weekend, for example, I don't think Ireland were at their best. Apparently, there was a very frank conversation that was had between Andy Farrell and the squad, talking about how last week's standards weren't good enough, and that they are expecting a lot more from from the team. But and I think that this side doesn't lose 2 in a row very often. I think they've lost 2 in a row back in 2021. So it's been almost 3 years since they lost 2 games on the bounce. So they are a good side. We are going to see a response. Look, you go and put them to bed today, and you can go and sit there and say, argue our world champs, our number 1 side in the world at your own peril. Beating the All Blacks in the final, for example, going and beating Ireland 2-0. They have been the side that we struggled to beat. So you go and beat them 2-0, for example. That makes a big statement. The nice thing is you can't lose the series. So Andrea Stick talking about the fact that regardless of what happens today, we're still world champions. And that they can't take that away from it, which he's very right in saying. He's not wrong. However, I do think there's a certain amount of go and beat them 2-0, really make that statement, go into the Rugby Championship, go and win the Rugby Championship. Let this be a dominant era for the Boks. You know, I don't just want to sort of have a dominant tournament. I want this to be a dominant era. I want us to look back at these years and think, yo, we could not be touched. You know, this Rassie Erasmus golden generation era was incredible. You know, it was a era where people just couldn't touch the Boks. And I genuinely believe we've got the talent to do that. I don't think we suddenly need to offload half of the squad, start again. You know, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here. We will see more players coming into the setup, for example. We will see more experimentation and stuff, but that doesn't need to be necessarily be at the expense of all the old guard who've been out there and done that and continue to perform. I mean, for example, you look at last week, you know, does Siya Kolisi look like he's slowing down? Does Pierre-Steph Toy look like he's slowing down? Does Franco Mostert look like he's slowing down? No. And you know, the nice thing that Rassie Erasmus said is that he will pick these players until they are letting the team basically, as long as they can play at the standard, as long as they're at the standard and they are performing at the highest levels, he'll continue to back them. He'll continue to back them. So I like that. It's not just going to be youth for the sake of youth. You know, we're not just going to rotate and start bringing in new players just for the sake of it. It's about bringing in players at the right time, making sure we've got our best 30-man squad, 33-man squad, 40-man squad, our best 23, our best starters, our best finishers, for example, regardless of age when it comes to, you know, the World Cup. That's the whole point. You know, it's not about, okay, well, just we're going to start playing young players, we're going to get ready for the next World Cup. No, it's about how do we get to the World Cup with our best possible team. And that requires rotating, it requires experimentation to a certain degree, but it also requires sticking to a couple of people, letting these players who've been around the block continue to play if they can play at the highest level. We saw Dion Free, Dwayne Vermeulen operating last year. But let's talk about that a little bit in a bit. We're going to look at the two teams. Yeah, as I said, no changes being made to the side by Rassie Erasmus. So it is the team from last week. So if you've been around the block, which I'm sure a lot of you have, you will know that what the team was. But in case you have missed it, this is the team that will run out in about 23 minutes. right, so there we go. That is your Springbok 23 unchanged from a week ago, which is very interesting in itself because very rare to see an unchanged team from the Springboks. I think we've only done about 3 or 4 times since Rassie Erasmus has taken over as head coach. So not something we're used to seeing. But I mean, again, I don't mind it. I think, you know, it's kind of a case of, I suppose, why not? You know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I think all players, the fact that they said all players came through, you know, with no injuries, for example, means that there's nothing to worry about from that perspective. You know, I don't think there were any terrible performances apart from an Andre Pollard off day with the boot, for example. Faf de Klerk struggled a bit with the breakdowns, getting clean ball, but I don't think there were any sort of horror performances. So I don't think we necessarily needed to make a lot of changes. So I'm glad that we haven't made changes for the sake of it. At the end of the day, I think it shows the intent. You know, it shows how much we want to win this game, and that this game is very important to us. You know, win this game, rotate against Portugal. Then we have to reassess about what we're going to do in terms of when we go over to Australia. Then we can worry about what we do against the All Blacks. But I don't want to look too far ahead, for example, you know, because at the end of the day, it's about getting this victory. It's about finishing the series with 2 wins, you know, just reaffirming our dominance in the world. And then we kind of sort of look towards the future and start to rotate. We've got an end of year series coming up as well. So plenty of time to sort of look at our very different options and stuff like that. So before we look at that, everybody keeps asking, you know, how to stream the match, stuff like that. There is a video that was put up on the internet, which I thought I'd show you guys, which shows you exactly how to watch the game. You can check the description for the links that you need. But yeah, a bit of a straightforward way in terms of exactly how to watch all the action on the channel. Well, not on this channel, but how to watch all the action at home.
Today we will be doing a video to show you how to watch South Africa versus Ireland, as well as lots of other international rugby for free using a VPN. A VPN stands for Virtual Private Network and allows you to access content from around the world by geolocating your device as if it appears somewhere else where you are not. This lets you get access to content you would not otherwise be able to access because of your location. First things first, you're going to need to install ExpressVPN, which we have already done it. There is a link in the description, and you can get a free 3 months if you sign up with the link in the description. So go and sign up and connect. In order to watch this game, we are going to be using NZR Plus, which is a New Zealand rugby streaming platform and video content platform, which has rights via what is the old Sanzar TV for the games currently taking place. Within the subscription, there are certain countries or regions which have got the license for the games on NZR+. So for this, we are going to open ExpressVPN. On the 3 buttons on the right there, we are going to choose our location. And in this case, we're going to choose Netherlands, and we're going to turn on the VPN. Once it goes green, it means it is working. If you then go and look on your browser, you can go and search NZR Plus, and this is the link. We have got the link in the description so that you don't need to go and find it as well. You then need to sign up to start streaming, which will open up in a new tab. Once you're onto the website, there will be a pop-up asking you to sign up for free. You can either sign up with your email, for example, or up with Google. We are going to choose Google. Once you've selected your account, you're then going to accept the terms and conditions. You can accept the getting information or promotional info as well. We are not going to do that, and press continue. And it is as simple as that. You will then arrive on the NZR Plus platform, where it will tell you your sign-up is complete and take you to the home page. As you can see on the home page, there is a bottom over here which says Sanzar TV. It has matches which is live now, as well as matches which are coming. This will include the All Blacks match, Springboks versus Ireland, Argentina versus France, the other Wallabies versus Wales, the other Springboks versus Ireland, as well as games like the All Blacks versus Fiji, Wales versus Georgia, Springboks versus Portugal, and Uruguay versus Argentina. As you can see, provided you are connected to the VPN over here, you can then go and open Australia versus Wales, for example, which is the current game. Low for a second, and then and that is it. That's how easy it is.
Right, so that method of how to watch the game, links are in the description. It does work. A lot of people use that method to watch the action last week. So if those of you looking to watch it, that's how you can do it. Right, people, let's get some score predictions in here before we have a look at that Irish side, shall we? And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how things go. As I said, I am expecting a response from this Irish side. Carl Dixon, by the way, the referee in the middle. Very interested to see. He's going to be a man under a lot of pressure this week after a lot of was said about the refereeing last week. I don't think it was that bad of a game. Obviously, nobody cares what I think because I'm part of the winning side. So it's going to be an interesting one to see. And I think that, I think we're in for a good time. To be honest, I think we're going in for a solid game. I think it's even nice and competitive, and I think that Ireland. To be honest, I think Ireland. I wouldn't say favourites, but I kind of almost feel that they were the ones kind of coming on top this week. I actually don't feel we actually got as much momentum as we think we might do. But that's more kind of just coming from the build-up of the week, where been hearing from the Irish camp, for example, and they are so focused ahead of tonight. They are so ready for this, and be very interested to see that kind of response. So guys, get your score predictions in the comments below. Let me know what your score predictions are, and let me know. Let's get those in the comments. We're going to look at the Irish side. We've got anthems in about 6 or 7 minutes time, so we are very close to kickoff, and time to start getting yourself settled in, get your beverages ready, and let's get ready for what's going to be an absolute cracker of a match. But in case you missed it, Ireland have made a couple of big changes. Peter O'Mahony has been dropped. Dan Sheehan down with injury. Craig Casey injured as well. So it is a tough time now for Ireland, and very interested to see how also they're differently they play. How's it going to affect the way that they play. Conor Murray is a very experienced competitor, a very different type of player, for example. Gary Ringrose and Robbie Henshaw, very different set of pairing to a Bundy Aki and Robbie Henshaw. So lots that might be different for Ireland. Let's wait and see exactly what it is. But in terms of the personnel changes, this is how they line up tonight. Right, so a number of changes for the Irish side, and Andy Farrell has rolled the dice a little bit. Bit of a different looking sort of pack, a different looking bench, and interesting to see if that means we're going to see a bit of a different game plan really coming from. I think that James Ryan being into the side is a very good decision. I think that, first of all, I highly rate him as a player, but I also think that he'll add a different dimension. I think that he'll be. I think he'll add a bit more grunt to that pack. I think that moving Tyg Byrne to the side of the scrum is a good one. I think that Peter O'Mahony, I don't think had the best game last week, if you're going to be brutally honest, and I think that it's a tough decision to make, but being able to make those big decisions, for example, is what can make what makes coaches so good. And I think that Andy Farrell, for me, is one of those coaches. He is, for me, he's world class. He takes charge of his 50th game, by the way, today. And what a job he's done for Ireland. He's the most successful Irish coach ever from a win percentage point of view, for good reason. He is a top coach. He's not afraid to make the big decisions. And for me, that's one of the reasons why I think he has been so successful. He's built a really good culture into the side, for example. And they've really benefited from having him involved there. We're going to have the anthems underway very shortly. It is usually the anthem of Ireland first. So we'll have the anthems in just a bit. And then we will have kickoff. So just waiting here now to get the Irish anthem underway. And it's a packed out Durban, people. Last opportunity to get your score predictions down in the comments. Let me know who you're backing, who you're supporting, for example. What do we think, people? Let me know in the comments below. And let's get ready for what's going to be a phenomenal game. Right, here we go with the Irish anthem. there we go. The anthems are finished, ladies and gentlemen. The next up is kickoff. Get yourself ready. Get yourself ready because it is time. The referee in the middle is Carl Dixon. He'll be assisted by Luke Pearce and Craig Evans. Ben Whitehouse in the TMO once again. And really big game coming up. And that man on the screen, Andre Pollard, struggled last week, if we're going to be brutally honest. And he'll be looking desperate to make sure that he improves on that performance ahead today. So lots of pressure on the shoulders of Andre Pollard. And we will have to go very, very shortly. There we go. Got the tracker ready. I hope you're ready for what's going to be absolutely non-stop action over here, ladies and gentlemen. Smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Score predictions, people. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? How are we feeling, people? How are we feeling? I, for one, am very nervous. And we do a kickoff. Jack Crowley goes down the right-hand side. Durban roars, and Kwagga Smith starts off with a solid take before being hit hard in the tackle by Ronan Kelleher and James Ryan. 2 plays into the side for Ireland and looking to make an immediate mark. And Faf de Klerk will go to the boot on the left-hand side over there. It will be a contestable. Chasing after it is Cheslin Colby as well as Sia Khaleesi, and Currie Answer makes the tackle rather than, and James Porter now gets on the front foot. Conor Murray goes to Crowley. Crowley, good hands, but left behind now, and James Lowe will have to clean up. Billy LaRue is there. And LaRue's gone down. I don't know if he's hurt a shoulder. He's looking a bit dizzy as Billy LaRue. I'm not sure that's actually a head contact there. Anyway, Ireland on the front foot. Quick ball tackle there from Eben Etzebeth. Big carry that coming from the captain, Caelan Doris. Conor Murray goes down the right-hand side to Robbie Henshaw. Peter Steph the toy there to make the tackle. Ball available for Conor Murray down the left-hand side this time. Kelleher goes to... I think that's Calvin Nash actually might have come to look for a bit of work. Ball in behind, but left behind. James Lowe comes through. Faf de Klerk there to complete the tackle. Damien Delendi. So good momentum on this one, the box from a defensive point of view. Forcing the Irish back behind their 10-meter line. Kelleher, it's a big tackle coming from Franco Moster and Francois Herbert. Good physicality early on here from the box. Ball available now for Conor Murray. Not too much, so he's going to go to the boot. And it's Grant falls back to Crowley. Crowley goes to the boot, actually Ringrose. And James Lowe will give chase. And Pollard's under a lot of pressure there. Gets the kick away. And it does find touch. Not the best touch finder, so it'll be an attacking launcher for Ireland inside between the 22 and the 10-meter line. What a bit of a frantic start over here. Lots of pressure being put on Pollard from Gary Ringrose, taking out the legs of him. So Pollard did land quite hard, but he seems to be okay. Oh my goodness me. Well, Franco Mostert, how's that for looking in the walls there? His head is deep as me. If anybody wants to understand how rugby's like, then that is it. Right. Massive moment in the game here, by the way. Sasha Fine Gomezulu has gone, and Billy LaRue's gone off for an HI. I wondered if it wasn't head contact. You can see over here, Billy LaRue gets it slightly wrong. I thought it was head contact as well there, and gets a knee to the head. Goes straight down to Billy LaRue, and he's off for an HIA. And Franco Moss is off for blood as well. So Arcus Neyman, right. So 2 minutes in and already 2 changes for the box. Sasha Fine Gomezulu is on. And I tell you what, if Billy LaRue change and fails at HIA, then we're about to see 78 minutes of Sasha Fine Gomezulu at full back. Franco Moss is on the side getting some balance. He'll be off very... In fact, I think he actually might even stay on here. Arcus Neyman has come onto the park, but looks like they are going to be able to clear Franco Moss on the park. So I don't think he'll actually need to stay on here, will Arcus Neyman. Yeah, so he goes back and gets his bib there. So Franco Mostert will be okay to continue. Just a cut on the forehead there. But Billy LaRue has gone down the tunnel, and that's not good news for the box. But very interesting to now see now massive test ahead for Sasha Fine Gomezulu, the youngster. Franco Mostert is bandaged up, and I mean, look at the blood on his shirt there. Surprised they don't make him change the shirt, to be honest. Right, Kelleher now. First line of the day. They go to the front to James Ryan, and Ibn Smith is there to make a use of himself, but does go back to Keller here. James Lowe now popping up to Callum Doris, his captain. Good tackle that being made by Sia Khaleesi and Andre Pope. Ball available for Conor Murray, goes on the left-hand side, but intercepted almost by Etzebeth. Well, it was intercepted before, then losing it forward. So good intervention that from Etzebeth, because I think that they did have a couple of numbers there. Good intensity that from the lock. Let's have a look at this. He reads like a book. Gets up so quickly and bang, just can't hold on as the Andrew Porter then slams into the ground. And now we're going to have the first scrum of the day. Going to be an interesting part of the game, the scrums. As I said, very technical last year, or week is the way that Rassie Erasmus described them as being. Heavier in the front row and the second row are the Boks. But heavier in the back row are Ireland. Obviously, Ty Burns shifting there as added his weight. Then Quacker Smith, not the biggest number 8 on the park. So first scrum of the day, it's gone down. We are going to have a reset there. It's gone down fast by Herbert and Andrew Porter's side. Scrum is on the 10-meter line over there, as you can see by the... I'm not entirely sure why our tracker hasn't kicked in yet, so we'll try and sort that out in just a bit. And then that'll sort out our clock as well. Right, free kick there for Ireland. Can't really hear the referee. Quickly taken out by Callum Doris. Brought down by Eben Etzebeth. So first scrum and a penalty advantage, I think, for being offside. So a penalty advantage could actually have our first points of the day, because this is right in front of the poles. Go on the right-hand side. Go to the kick chairs. Good take him from Calvin Nash. Good tackle that from Currie Lawrence. Upslows to Robbie Henshaw, playing the number 12 jersey today. Currie Lawrence up to make another tackle. Now lost and moving backwards there. And we're going to go back for the penalty here. So a decision time here for Ireland. One imagines that they'll take the points. Don't know why you wouldn't. Right, there we go. We've got our clock working now as well. Puts the ball down to Jack Crowley right in front of the poles. And now waiting for his kicking to Jack Crowley. Right, Crowley wasn't his best kicking performance last week. Neither was Pollard, so kind of evened out a bit in the end. Just the conversion and penalty in the first test. You'll be looking to try and get a little bit more than that in the second test, as I look to take the lead in the first 5 minutes. Well, 6 minutes, really, I suppose. As the 6 minute does loom, and it's going to kick that from Jack Crowley. Right, so I'm on the board first. They'll take a 3-0 lead after 6 minutes. Not a bad kick off that. And then the long kick, it's a good kick, actually. And Sashman Gomes thinking about taking quickly, decides against it. What an opportunity to turn forward at the youngster. I mean, he's only played, I think, about one game when he started at full back. So not as his first choice, nor his second choice position, really. So it's going to be an opportunity to show exactly how much he can adapt. The youngster, this will be a South African lineup, by the way. It'll be a Bongi Manambi with ball in hand just inside Irish territory. Playing at home, of course. Bongi Manambi plays at rugby for the Sharks these days. A lot of these Boks do, like some Eben Etzebeth, for example. Franco Mossa goes up, takes it very well. After clear, goes to Padre Polo. Polo goes to Khaleesi in the midfield. Nice solid hit there from the skipper 5 to Clegg now going to the boot. Bit of chip over the top. Currie Lawrence, Cheslin Colby afterwards. Missed out and eventually brought in by Conor Murray. Cheslin Colby does make the tackle, but the ball comes off from the side. Not convinced that there was a foot in there. Penalty against South Africa for, I think, a foot in the ruck on the ground. Right, so Jack Crowley will be able to clear the lines. There's a nice idea, actually, that touch up over the top. Just not quite bouncing up for Cheslin Colby. Had it bounced nicely for the wing, it could have been very, very interesting. Now Crowley will go to find touch, and does find touch just inside Irish territory. They'll have the feed. Colby and Orange are switching jerseys today. Well, they're supposed to anyway. So, Kirtley in the number 11, Cheslin Colby in the 14. And now even Etzebeth has split his head open, by the way, and he's going to walk off with blood all over his head, and he's going to go for some treatment over there. So that's the second player we've seen. So Arcus Neyman is indeed back on. That's bizarre. I mean, I mean, Franklin Mostert almost went off earlier. Villaroo is currently off, and now even Etzebeth walks down the tunnel. He's going to have to go get a stitch or two. So Arcus Neyman does come onto the park. This time he will actually play. He was on the park earlier, but went straight back off when Franklin Mostert's cut wasn't bad enough to need stitches. Kellen Doris at the front. And James Ryan now goes to the boot there. Just Jack Crowley lifts it high in the air. It'll be a test here for Sash Farmer. Jamie Osborne's underneath it. Completely takes him out. Penalty comes. About to say Jamie Osborne was a little bit nowhere there. Sash Farmer looks straight to the referee. He was completely taken out. So a very, very easy penalty for Carl Dixon to give as Craig Evans comes and makes sure that Sash Farmer is okay. His eyes on the ball, to be fair, for Jamie Osborne, but he's just never in a position to compete and runs into Sash Farmer as he goes off his feet. Could have been really, really nasty, actually, if the timing was a bit different. Right, fun touch, just shot of the 22. Mongi Nami, the ball in hand. Arcus Neyman will be calling, Franklin Moss will still be calling lineouts, but Arcus Neyman will be jumping at the front. And they go to the front to Arcus Neyman, despite not jumping. And now PSF the toy puts the hammer down into the 22 for the first time in the game. Go to the box. 5 to Clerk, going to Damien Delendi. A record-breaking day for Damien Delendi and Jesse Creel. The most capped Springboks centre pairing ever. Jesse Creel gets hammered by Robbie Henshaw. Ball available now for 5 to Clerk. Not clean ball, though. Takes a while. Now looking for options. Goes to PSF the toy. Pops it up to Arcus Neyman. Good defence this year from Ireland. Now back down the left-hand side. And Reteko Batitwe in chair. 5 to Clerk to the left-hand side. Pollard, bit of a chip over the top. Not sure that's the right option at all from Pollard. He's chipped it basically straight to the hands of Calvin Nash, who has got the easiest time of marking it. Taps it and goes to Jamie Osborne. Jamie Osborne's got that left boot that Zwandile Stick did allude to, and does find touch. Good work that from Ireland. Yeah, not the right option that from Andre Pollard, and even if it was bad execution. Trying to chip over the top, but he actually chipped it straight to Calvin Nash. Right, Bongi Manambi. 10 minutes gone so far. Just the 3 points here from Ireland. The big concern for South Africa is the 2 players currently in the change room. I think Evan Etzebeth getting a stitch or 2. I think we'll see him again. But Villaroo out for an HIA. We'll have to wait to see if he'll manage to pass that. In the meantime, Sash Farmer got Villaroo on in the number 23 jersey. And we've got a player down. It's Tyke Furlong's down and receiving a bit of treatment. But I'm going to end the poll there, by the way. 4,000 votes. And the majority of people supporting South Africa. I'm thinking of doing a new poll saying, who will win this clash? Your options being South Africa and Ireland. Who do you think is going to win it? Let me vote in the comments below there. Got a whole flipping heat up going on here for Tyke Furlong. He's eventually up onto his feet and will come and join the line out. Right, time back on. Bongi and Nami will walk back to the side as Dwayne Vermeulen exits the park. Running water today is Dwayne Vermeulen, part of the Bok coaching staff. Right, 4-man line now for the Boks. Bongi and Nami with the ball in hand. And they go to Peter the toy uncontested down to Faf de Klerk. Flat towards Sirklisi. Another bruising run from the skipper. Quick ball here from Faf de Klerk. Back to Pollard. Pollard goes to the boot. Lifts it high in the air. Chesney Colby will give chase. It will be contestable. Well taken that from Jamie Osborne. Good work there from Ireland to give him a bit of protection. Quokka Smith lurking, but Conor Murray goes to the right-hand side, and this will be the first carry for Josh van der Fleer in that red scrum cap of his. Now Conor Murray going to track Crowley. Crowley seeing a bit of space down that right-hand side. Has he overcooked it? I think he has. But I'd say even when it hit his boot, looked like he had put too much on that. So it's a big mistake that from Jack Crowley, which will allow the Boks to get back into Irish territory with the line out. Right, Bongi Manami, ball in hand. And that's not a great line as well. Straight over the top. And it was with the hands of Ronan Keller here who puts it to the boot. Currie is going to have to come back and collect. It's not a great throw from Bongi Manami. It went straight over the hands of Franco Moster. And Sash Famagomazulu is going to have to clear. Doesn't find touch. Look at the counter. Jamie Osborne looking for space. Straightens. Gets past one. Brought down by Arceus Neyman. It's a good tackle that from Arceus Neyman. Oh, it's a big thumping tackle that Sash Famagomazulu and Daisy Creel. Double timing on Calvin Nash. Joe McCarthy. Joe McCarthy is through. Damien Delaney bringing him down into the 22-goal island. Ball spews out the back. Conor Murray looking for options. Conor Murray goes himself. Held up, and that's brought a little bit of time there by Peter Steph the toy. Ball's eventually available for James Lowe. Goes to the left-hand side. Ty Furlong pops it up to Jack Crowley. Kelleher hands off Colby. Ireland 10 meters up. Pick up and go now. From Andrew Porter now. Van der Fleer. Goes to Ringrose. Jesse Creel up nice and quickly to make the tackle. Ireland have lost a little bit of momentum here, but on the front foot. Ty Furlong now. Now the right-hand side. Jack Crowley with the cross kick. And it's been spilled by Andre Pollard. And Chesn Colby and Sash Famagomazulu go back and dab it down. It will be a goal line dropout. Calvin Nash, a good contest against Andre Pollard. Right, Pollard with ball in hand. And lands in the middle. On the bounce goes Kellen Doris, the Irish captain for today, running it hard and straight. And hammered by Oxen Chair as well as Arceus Neyman. Now on the right-hand side, Andrew Porter runs into Sia Khaleesi and Quokka Smith. Murray down the right-hand side once again. Crowd looking for options. Goes inside Jamie Osborne. Jamie Osborne almost another fumble. Gets the offload away. Conor Murray's going to go over. That is brilliant rugby. They split the Bok defense in two. Ireland go over. Not part of the plan. Well, that's kind of more the Ireland we kind of expect to see. The offloads there, the options there. You always see Ireland, especially when he gets to Jack Crowley, and he's always got one or two options on either of his shoulders. And this is exactly what we see here. See, Crowley's there, and there's four players in and around him. Bang! Inside to Jamie Osborne. Kelleher was there, and Francois Herbert commits to Kelleher, which is what created the space. And after that, it's just about support play. Ball back into Robbie Henshaw. Robbie Henshaw flings it left to Conor Murray. Conor Murray's got the easiest of walk-ins. That is what the Irish are so good at. You've got to make those defensive reads so accurately, because what you can see there is Francois Herbert committed to the wrong player, and that's what created the gap for Jamie Osborne. And Crowley with no issues whatsoever. Right, not good from the Boks. They go 10-0 down after 14.5 minutes. Got to try and be the next team to score here. Right, restart now towards Caelan Doris. Spoke about the fact that they were so desperate to have a response. Well, this has been a hell of a response so far in the first 15 minutes. And they have a secured kickoff. Conor Murray goes back to James Lowe. James Lowe's got quite a bit of time to go to the boot now. Finds the touch. Sash Zulu. Does take it quickly. Throws it back inside to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard bumps off of Larry Ringrose. And offloads it away to Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith spinning away from Robbie Henshaw. Sia Khaleesi there to add his bulk. After Clip take it quickly. Looking for options. Throws a long pass out wide to Colby. He takes it on the... Oh, that's a great step inside. Brought down McKellen Doris. Ball available now for Faf de Klerk. Box on the front foot. Pierce left the toy by the 10-meter line. Josh van der Fleer missing it. Faf de Klerk sniping. Quacker Smith goes himself. Good work this year from the box. Nice momentum. Faf de Klerk goes to 100 Pollard. Pollard goes to Dale Lindy. Lindy goes to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel needs to straighten here. Comes inside of one. Brought down by Ty Byrne. Now Achia Sneeman. Back inside to Faf de Klerk. Keeping it alive here well on the box. Going through the phases. About the 4th or 5th phase here. Now Sash Farm comes to the scrum off. Goes to Pollard. Pollard goes to Bongi Manambi. But it's a good read that from Andrew Porter. And Pierce left the toy is left behind. And now it's a knock-on advantage here from Ireland. Jesse Creel's going to go back and clean up. Damien Dale Lendy almost goes through 2 options. Gives it back to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel looking at his options now. And there's no advantage. We'll go back for the knock-on. And Franco Mostert is walking very, very gingerly. Villaroo, by the way, is going to take his place on the bench. He will not continue. So Sasha Gomez, who's going to have to play a full, basically a full 80 here. Having a look at the step here from Chase Colby right up against the touchline. Bang! Inside of Jamie Osborne. Such a dangerous step there. But Franco Mostert doesn't look good. We've already got Etzebeth who's currently having stitches being applied to him. I think Franco Mostert is currently on the ground receiving a bit of treatment. Well, we talked about how lucky the Boks were not to have any injuries in the first game. Well, looks like that's kind of catching up now. What doesn't look good about Franco Mostert, in fact, it's a knee injury. It's not like it's a bump or a hit at the moment. He's already strapped up, had that cut on the top of his head early in the game. Well, good timing. Ebony Etzebeth is back on the park after being stitched up, so Arkesname will return to the bench. Hopefully Franco Mostert can continue. The kind of bomb squad impact doesn't really work if you've got half your players off early. He's still walking around a little bit gingerly as Franco Mostert. I think he might be done here. Yeah, RK Sneeman didn't even make it off. That's a massive blow to the box. Franco Mostert is off, so RK Sneeman will now play the remainder of the game. And the Trojan, really, of the box, Franco Mostert limps off. Not ideal here. 10-0 down, 2 players down. Thankfully, we will have a bit of time before he'll need to play again. Franco Mostert will probably play again against Australia or New Zealand. But, yeah, certainly not ideal. Anyway, let's go to the scrum. Yeah, our first scrum with the feed. And Oxenchair is doing a job on Tyke Furlong. There's the penalty. Rechejo Baditwe, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best scrummagers in the world. On his day, probably the best scrummager in the world. And, yeah, he's absolutely hammered Tyke Furlong there. Got to try and boost those sales. You know, sales don't win scrums, and we do point to the polls. And Andre Pollard will have his first shot at goal here. Massive shift momentum. Hopefully that's scrum. And you can just hear Oxenchair. It's just so strong. Bang, gets the hit, and then after that, they just drive straight through. Oxenchair, you absolute biscuit, you. Right, almost 20 minutes in. No points yet on the board for the Boks. 2 players on the bench. Andre Pollard, who didn't kick well last week, and Tony Brown saying no issue whatsoever with if he's worried about Pollard. He said he's a world-class goalkeeper. We all know this. He says he hasn't played rugby in a while, so it's all about finding his rhythm, but let's see if he's got his rhythm today. Yeah, no issue whatsoever. That's straight as an arrow, straight over the poles. South Africa finally on the scoreboard after almost 19 minutes, and they bring up their first 3 points. 10 points to 3, and hopefully with that scrum and that penalty, that's a bit of momentum that we've been looking for. We're trying to get into the game. Had some moments at the moment, but so far, Ireland probably definitely been the better of the two sides. Now, that's half the job done. Secure this with the kickoff, and then that's the other part of the job done. Right, deep restart that. We go towards Quacker Smith. Well taken from him. And ball available. That's a bit better. That's kind of what you want. That's almost for me as important as that the 3 points is to take the kickoff cleanly. You know, just bang, kickoff cleanly, and now top all over the top from Faf de Klerk. Jamie Osborne underneath it. A couple of chases there. Jamie Osborne brought down by PSF the Toy and Bongi Manambi. Available for Conor Murray. Right, Ireland on the front foot here. Ronnie Keller here. Quacker Smith looking to try and get his hands on the ball. Conor Murray going to Crowley. Crowley to Henshaw. Not too many options there for Henshaw. Runs it to Damien Delendi, who's driving him back. Hard work that from Damien Delendi. Gets back to his feet and rush through. Big counter ruck coming from the box. Have they turned it over? I think they have. No, counter ruck coming now from Ireland, and the ball is eventually available for Gary Ringrose, who goes to Andrew Porter. Murray goes back to Crowley. Crowley flat to Kellen to James Ryan. Kellen Doris next to him. Both wearing the same blooming scrum cap. Not making life much easier. And now Josh van der Fleer. Inside to Joe McCarthy. Ball eventually available for Conor Murray, but slow ball. Now Crowley looking for options. Strip it over the top for Crowley. It'll be allowed to bounce. And Oxen Cherry of all people gets the offload away to Andre Pollard as well. Andre Pollard sees a bit of space. Launched it downfield on the right-hand side. Looks like James Lowe's gone back. No, it's Jack Crowley. He's looking for territory as Crowley. He goes down there, and I'll tell you what, I think this is just outside the 22. Slash Farmer Gomez, who's probably been caught a little bit out of position there. So it won't be an Ireland line out, but it's a good kick that from Jack Crowley. An absolutely packed out Kings Park, and the box under a lot of pressure at the moment. And Faf de Klerk just dropping down to just tie his boot. Quacker Smith coming in to give the call to Bongi Manambi. Right, in the meantime, please do smash like on the video. Got well over 1,000 people watching, less than 150 likes. Let's see if we can get those likes up to 200. Andrew Porter having a chat with Faf de Klerk. They're not sure what they're having a chat about. Maybe looking at where the post-match beer spot might be. Khaleesi off the back of that line up there, running strong. Coming a big ball carrier now in this new system. Now Faf de Klerk looks to clear himself. PSF the Toy has the blocker, goes up in the air. Chesney Colby's giving chase. James Lowe takes it uncontested. James Lowe gets away from Bongi Manambi. Faf de Klerk comes across, dives at his knees and makes the tackle. Ball's been left behind. Conor Murray has to try and clean up. Ball eventually available for Josh van der Fleer. Caelan Doris. Now Van der Fleer goes to Jack Crowley. Up quickly, there was PSF the Toy. Tyke Furlong presents for Conor Murray. Down the right-hand side to Henshaw, first receiver. Big tackle there, but Ringo's getting the offload away. Crowley, long pass out towards Calvin Nash. Calvin Nash steps inside. Gets away from the tackle of PSF the Toy, as well as the tackle of Sasha Faimagoma Zulu. Eventually brought down just shy of the 22. South Africa slipping far too many tackles at the moment. On the left-hand side, Crowley's got options. Goes short to Kelleher. Now Crowley goes to Osborne. Osborne goes to Henshaw. Ball available. And back down the right-hand side goes Conor Murray. Ty Byrne runs it to Sia Khaleesi. Brought down by Bongi Manambi. Crowley got the cross kick. The numbers issue here. Calvin Nash gets the offload away. Thankfully, it's not a great offload. Sash Farmer comes up and completes the tackle. I tell you what, that was a good read though, because it was just Arcus Name was having to lumber down the left-hand side with two backline players looming. Now Jamie Osborne and Ty Byrne knocks it on. That'll be a welcome reprieve from the box. They've gotten away with that one, to be honest. Yeah, Ty Burn there, just slightly low there from Jamie Osborne. Probably should be holding on to that, to be fair. Andrew Porter's getting a bit of a treatment. They're handling errors, 2 from Ireland. He had none from the box, but box, there's simply a few tackles in that last phase, which is a bit uncharacteristic. Not good to see. Some of the travelling fans looking a little bit more relaxed than their home contingent. Big scrum needed. A penalty would be ideal, but it's pretty solid. Ball available. Pipe to clear. Goes to the right side of Pollard. Pollard will clear. And not fun touch. Osborne underneath it. Good tackle that from Colby. Big culture that coming from Creel. Ball eventually available for Conor Murray, but slow ball. Inside ball that from McCarthy to Doris. Front to Clark. Yeah, he goes and plays on it and gets the hand on the ball there. And having to hustle there to Irons to try and retain that ball. Good awareness that from Fife de Klerk. Now goes back to Crowley. Crowley goes to the boot. A tester here for Currie for Zulu. He gets it a little bit wrong, but comes back and manages to come away with it. And then dive on the ground. There's Ringro's ball's actually come a bit loose here. I'm not sure who's going to come away with it. And it's eventually going to come back for a scrum. Yeah, I tell you what, I think they're going to start peppering Sasha Farming Zulu with the upper unders there, because he has struggled a little bit so far in the early stages. Yeah. Right, so it's going to be a scrum just outside the 22. There will be a South Africa ball. It wasn't knock on yet from Ireland, but yeah, the man on screen, Sash Farming Zulu, under immense amount of pressure. Was an early sub for Billy LaRue with that injury, the HRA. Looking at the record, by the way, head-to-head in South Africa, Ireland have won just once. That was obviously in that 2016 tour. South Africa have won 10. So looking to try and keep a very proud record going. But at the moment, finding it difficult to really build any momentum in this game. As we're sort of about 15 minutes left until half-time. Twelve missed tackles here from South Africa so far in the first half, 2 from Ireland. Now, it's becoming a bit of an interesting stat, the whole mixed tackles thing, because obviously we've seen with rush defense is that, you know, tackles don't necessarily need to be made for them to be effective. You know, often you'll see somebody shoot up, make the hit, somebody else completes the tackle. But we have not tackled well so far in this half, and that'll definitely be something that we'll need to look at half time. Right, but it is our own scrum here, just outside of 22. A penalty will be pretty ideal. Need to try and get away from playing in our 22. Looks like a pretty decent hit, though. Andrew Porter's looking pretty good against Franz Mahuba. And it is a penalty for the Springboks. Andrew Porter will be a bit frustrated about that. He's also got all blood all over his head. So he'll need to get that. I think it's his ear. So he'll need to get that cleaned up. I don't understand why he doesn't have strapped up his ears. They always get cut. I mean, it's getting a bit ridiculous that every single time he goes to a scrum, he comes back just blood all over the place. Right, up towards the halfway line, Bongi Manami with ball in hand. We've lost Franco Mosses, so it's a big loss to the line-out, but it's a good line-out. That's to Arcus Stem, and Andre Pollard goes to Damien Elendi. Goes to Sia Khaleesi. Sia Khaleesi getting past one. Henshaw brings him down. Quick ball out from 5 to clear. Pollock flat to Polby, who spills it forward. And if he hadn't, I tell you, he was away. He just had Osborne to beat. Sloppy. It was a bit of a bullet pass from Pollard, but Colby should have held on to that. And had he held on to that, he was outside of James Lowe. No one's ever going to catch. I mean, got to hold on to that. Have to hold on to that. So another break in play, and more injuries. Yeah, it's been quite a very tough start half, actually. I mean, you think that, 36 minutes since kickoff, we've still got at least about another 14 minutes to play. So that takes us to about 10 to 6. So it's going to take a long time to play this half at this stage. Very, very stop-start. Taking us 36 minutes to play, just 26 minutes. So we're already carrying about 10 minutes. Looking at the most cap centers in history for the box. There's David Delende, just Krill out in front with 30. Damien Delende, Lacania out with 28. And in between them, Jean de Villiers and Jacques Currie, the previous record holders, with 29. Right, so now getting ready for the scrum as the wave echoes around Kings Park. Right, scrum's got down available. Then Conor Murray goes to James Lowe. First series pops up to Henshaw. Big tackle from Andre Pollard and Damien Delende. Damien Delende fighting hard at the breakdown. And it's been charged down. Quacker Smith after it. Go on, Quacker! He picks it up. Will he at the pace? Will he at the pace? He's still going. He's going to be just towards Quacker Smith by the 5-meter line. Needs some support. Where is everybody? It's been knocked forward by Quacker Smith. There's a knock-on advantage. Oh, where was the support? Where was Spotty? Needed to maybe kick it ahead, but and then a penalty coming. That's really, really frustrating. Yeah, so well done by Quacker Smith. The charge done. Just didn't have quite the pace. That half a second he took to get down and pick up the ball was everything, really. Now, I'm sorry, you're looking at that. That's a bad picture to be watching. So many Bok players, just watching, just standing and watching. Peter Steph, the toy getting there. Sia Khaleesi was with them. Everybody else, a lot of Bok players there, ball watching. Damien Delende, one of the quicker players there. You'd think that he'd be trying to get there. So ourselves, Quacker Smith had absolutely zero support. Very, very frustrating, that. Having a chat to the referee is the Quacker Smith. Bongi Manambi made his test debut against Ireland back in what was then known as PE in 2016. Apparently being told to relax. My stress level is unusually high. Yeah, well, we're losing, people. Can't be telling me to calm down when we're losing. Right, uncontested there from the lineup there. Ireland inside 22 goes back to James Lowe. James Lowe kicks downfield. Will find touch, but this has been taken back, is it not? Yeah, that's been taken back. Yeah, that's a big mistake from James Lowe. It will be a Bok line inside the 22. Taken quickly now, have the box. But Carl Dixon not having any of it. Yeah, so it will be inside the 22 now. So an opportunity there. Big mistake that from James Lowe. The Boks have been beneficiaries to James Lowe mistakes before in the last couple of weeks. Let's see if we can be beneficiaries once again. Right, Bongi man, we need a bigger line out here. Peter Step the toy. Cocker Smith comes off the back. Goes to Sia Khaleesi down on the angle. 10 meters out now of the box. Faf de Klerk looking for options. Fires it out towards Damon, Jesse Creel rather. Good pass there from Faf de Klerk. Bit of miscommunication and fast by Herbert jumps onto it, but ball is available. Ball still available, yeah, for South Africa, but very slow ball. Faf de Klerk's got Arcus Snyman as an option. Arcus Snyman, quick onto him. And then the ball goes forward from Faf de Klerk off the leg of Evan Etzebeth. That kind of sums the half, doesn't it? Turnover ball now for Ireland. And Currie does find touch, but inside 22. So the Boks still on the front foot here. We've got to capitalise. Seven points here. So, I mean, convert a try and we're level, to be fair. You know, it's not like we're massively behind the game. We just haven't been particularly accurate. And unfortunately, we've kind of read the script before, haven't we, when we haven't been accurate. Cocker Smith goes to Faf de Klerk. Faf de Klerk. Pollard's left the ball behind. Penalty, I mean, so knock-on advantage for the Boks. Chisholm Colby's on it. Ball will be available. No advantage to go back for the scrum from the knock-on. Yeah, I'm not up for it, guys. I'm not up for it, if we're going to be brutally honest here. You could read that from Harvey Henshaw. Another break and play. Jack Crowley is going to get a bit of treatment. I think he's got a bit of a cut. Is there something wrong with like the ground in Durban? Yeah, I've never seen so many cuts before. The amount of blood that we've seen so far in this first half is ridiculous. I mean, look at that try there. Almost a bit of a knock on there from Osborne. Then inside to Henshaw. Henshaw inside to Conor Murray, and over there went. It was a very well-worked try. You can't even be mad at that. You know, that's kind of the rugby we're used to seeing from Ireland. You know, those runners, runners off the shoulder of the 10, for example. Yeah, I mean, when it's in full force, it's a pleasure to watch. But by the way, people, massive news. We've gone past 70,000 subscribers. So a massive thank you. The next big goal then is 75,000. Let's see if we can get 71,000 by the end of the day. We need about 700. And I know that 80% of people that watch this channel are not subscribed. So right now, as Lord Danny's saying in the comments, please do subscribe to the channel. I'm not sure why our subscriber thing has gone down in the on the screen there. But as you can see, they're sitting at 70,209 subscribers. If we can get 71,000 by the end of the day, it'll be absolutely sensational. Trying to push to try and get to 80,000 by the end of the year. Maybe even the big 100K next year would be sensational if we were to get there. So if you are new to the channel, welcome to the community. Make sure that you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We are ready to get going once again at scrum time here. Faf de Klerk with ball in hand, and it's a free kick. Taking it quickly, and Faf de Klerk goes to Damien Delendi, gets away from Gary Ringrose. Still going is Damien Delendi. Good leg drive up to him. Now gets down, and that's surely been ripped. Penalty. Thank you very much. Right, go to the corner. Maul it over, lads. Come on. Come on. That's what we like to see here. Good awareness that from Faf de Klerk. As soon as that free kick was taken, quick to take quickly. What a carry that was from Damien Delendi. And they're good. They do go to the corner there. Andre Pollard says, come on, let's have a go here. We're 5 meters out, boys. 5 meters. A try and a conversion, and we're back level with 8 minutes to go. You can just see there his knee hits the ground, and then tells to release it. And as he released it, then Josh van der Fleer rips it. So illegal. And we have got a 5-meter lineup, boys. Bonky Manami with the ball in hand. Come on, lads. I reckon Arceus Neyman will probably be the target. It does go to Arceus Neyman. He goes down, looking for the rolling more here. But somehow it's come out the back, and Joe McCarthy's got his hands over that. No idea how that's worked out. I have no idea. That ball's not going to come out either. It will be an island scrum, though, because they took it going in. And that, I mean, how has that happened? How has that happened? Oh, dear. We're just starting to feel like it's not our day. Frustrating. As I said, we're so inaccurate at the moment. We're just not taking our chances. And they've been there. But with 7 minutes to go, still trail by 7. I think we could very well be going to half time with a deficit. But a penalty at scrum time. Come on! And I think it's Oxen Che who's got the penalty. I think it's called come from the assistant. So we have another go at the early more here. Kick to the corner. Let's have a go. France by Herbert, Oxen Che. Bailey in the box out. We have another go here. But let's make this count here, people. No, we're gonna take the points there. So complete different change of thought. We're gonna take the 3 points after that. I think that's probably not the worst idea. You know, we've struggled to convert pressure into points. So I don't think taking points is the worst idea. Oxen Che there with 2 scrum penalties. What a game he's having at scrum time. Andre Pollard, it's a good strike from him. Right, the flags are raised, and the Boks get some more points. 6 points to 10 with just over 5 minutes left in the first half. Slowly getting back into the game. Looking a lot better in the last few minutes, to be fair. Yeah, but it's about getting some more repairs on that bandaged head of his. Right, the restart. This time going to Arceus Neyman. Takes it well and gets down to the ground. So the kickoffs have been good so far from South Africa in terms of retaining the kickoff. 4 points at the moment, the deficit. Right, Osborne now hit hard in the tackle there by Oxenche. He was tried to come and join, get involved in things. Now, bit of a show and go there from Brendan Kelleher. Ireland back on the front foot. They haven't had a lot of ball in the last sort of 10 minutes of Ireland. Jack Crowley goes to the boot. And Robbie Henshaw's going to give chase. I'll tell you what, he's on the ground there, pierced up the toy, but the ball's ended up going there. It's obstruction is the call. Not entirely sure. I think it's actually an Ireland penalty here. I think pierced up the toy has been pinged for obstruction. He has indeed, right in front of the poles as well. So that'll be 13 points to 6, I reckon. Yep, right in front. And that's so annoying. You finally get some points, finally get some reward for the pressure. And then you can see, right, let's see what happens. So if I'm going to do is going to go for it. And Peter steps the toy. Yeah, he does have a little bit of a look at Henshaw, then steps into him. That's so silly. Silly. There's no, I mean, you can't do that. You've got the TMO, for example, who's also watching like a hawk, reviewing things. Cannot make mistakes like that. Cannot make sort of small interventions like that. It's too easy to pick up. Right, Jack Crowley. It's 2 from 2 so far. We're going to make it 3 from 3. He's right in front of the poles. You'd be very surprised if you were to miss this. And over the middle it goes. No issues that from Jack Crowley. Right, Ireland re-establish that 7-point lead with just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Right, now ideally what we need is like a penalty just off the kickoff over here. Right, Pollard goes deep down the right-hand side. Chesney Colby's giving chase as it's pierced left the toy. They allow it to bounce. And that's too far from Andre Pollard. So it's been dotted down by Conor Murray. It'll be a scrum all the way on the halfway line. What? I said we get the complete opposite. I said, you know what, ideally we need a contestable kickoff, for example, a penalty. Instead, Pollard's gone too far. And it's a scrum all the way back on the halfway line. And it's Ireland ball. And they're back on the front foot. Annoying. Right, can now scrum bail us out once again. All right, big scrum needed here. Come on, lads. Pretty big hit there. Lots going on there. Faf de Klerk fighting hard on Caelan Doris. Good work that from the scrum off. He's looked a lot better today, has Faf de Klerk. Oh, it's almost a bit of a fumble from Osborne. Then a ball at the top to James Lowe. James Lowe puts it in behind. Coming across here is Pollard. He's going to win the race. And then he's going to have to dot that down. Pollard's got that horribly wrong. Had the opportunity to kick. And he's dotted down for a 5-meter line a scrum. Probably need to kick this at Pollard. Had a moment where he could have kicked it. And then slipped in front of James Lowe. So big pressure scrum here. Right, points of visit to the opponents 22. South Africa 3 out of 5. Ireland 7 out of 4. Tells you a big story, but we've been good at the scrums. So let's see what we can conjure up here. A nice penalty over here. I'll actually just take a 7-point deficit, to be honest, at half time. Caelan Doris coming on the left-hand side. Caelan Doris, that's a great covering tackle there from Peter Steph the Toy. Looked like he got the better of Chesney Colby before Peter Steph the Toy came across to help out. Now James Ryan, desperate defenses from the box. Defend this, and they'll feel they're going to half-time with a little bit of momentum. Kelleher now. Good tackle on him. Conor Murray. Crowley. Ringrose comes inside. Good tackle of Agnemanambi and Jesse Creel. Now Conor Murray goes to tight burn. Andrew Porter, just short. Van der Fleer looking to pick up and go. Desperate defense this from the box. The clock has gone red. This will be the last play of the half. Just short. Available there for Andrew Porter. Now is Pollard offside there? Yeah, I think he was. And then knocked on. So go back to the penalty, and I think they'll just take the points here with Ireland. He went early to Pollard, and then never got back on side. Bit of afters here. James Ryan gets stuck into Damien Delendi. You can see here, Pollard came early, then had to retreat, but then pick up and go and never got back on side. Decision time here. It almost looks like they're going to go for the scrum. I don't see why they're taking the points. I mean, he's right in front. I don't see why you wouldn't take the points, take a 10-point lead into half time. That would make the most sense. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Right, and no mistake there from Jack Crowley as we go into half-time. 60 points to 6. Ireland leading South Africa. Not been particularly good. Need to improve a lot in that second half. But we will return with our coverage very, very shortly. In the meantime, we're going to go to our half-time package. We're going to hear from the likes of Andy Farrell. Have a look at the teams once again. See what happened at the team photo, as well as potentially listen to Siya Kolisi's one Dieter Stick. We'll be back just very shortly. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you smash like on the video as well. And we'll see you shortly after half-time. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. South Africa 27, Ireland 20. South Africa take first blood.
But he'll continue to earn respect from himself as a captain, as a leader, but more so in the eyes of the referees as well.
And Robbie came off, I think, with a head injury.
Yeah.
What was the timeline of him being available to play this game? Did he fail a HIA?
No, he didn't. His HIA, his concussion not confirmed. So he went through the protocols 2 and 3, flying colours, no concussion confirmed. So he's not missed any training this week.
So he had to come off.
It's the pings on the gum shield. Yeah, and therefore the ruling at this moment in time, the pings on the gum shield, if it's before half time, you have to get a HIA at half time. And as we know, it's a tough old process to go through.
What was, if you had a conversation with Peter, what was that like? Obviously, you're captain again for this campaign. What was the chat?
Very easy, because of how he is as a person, and you don't expect those conversations to be easy. But don't get me wrong, now he's not accepting and he's not happy, obviously. But he does the right thing for the team, and that's at the forefront of his mind constantly, and that's proper leadership. He understands that we want to have a look in this direction to see how it goes. He's the captain of this tour, and I suppose it shows the mark of the man, how you lead after a little bit of disappointment of how you carry on being yourself or not. And Pete's on the bench for a reason. It makes people feel good. It's right when he's there, his presence and leading, and that has been so evident over the last couple of days. So he couldn't have done a better job in that regard.
Andy, the Bucks used quite a clever substitution strategy.
We've seen that before.
Yeah. Obviously it gave him momentum. I think that's the general consensus, even though you guys scored a couple of great tries as well.
Yeah.
But do you have a specific tactic in mind to deal with that?
Yeah, stop it, please.
Sorry?
Stop it, please. Yeah, scrum harder. Look, I mean, you look at the strength in depth that they've got and the quality that they've got coming off the bench. I mean, it says everything where South Africa are at this moment in time. I've heard you guys and many experts as well talk about whether this is the best South African group that they've ever had. Well, you know, I certainly go along with that type of feel myself. You know, hence why we're privileged to be able to come over here and test ourselves.
Sorry, just the last couple of questions for the live section and then the embargo section before I head in.
On the other hand, it's also it's a game of extremely small margins.
Yes.
You know, centimeters. So, how would you get on the right side of those margins? What do you think you need to do? You know, which areas do you think you need to step up in?
Quite a bit, actually. I mean, I've no doubt it was a great game to watch and exciting, a bit chaotic at times. You know, there was a lot going on, decisions-wise, or lack of them, and you know, all the talk's been of that as well. But that was a proper test match, and I get all that. But when we strip it back from our side, we're disappointed enough, especially like I said about our first half performance. It wasn't us doing things properly, and it might not seem like that to everyone, but to us it was. So therefore, we need to improve. We need to commit and be better than we was. I've no doubt South Africa are going to be twice as good this weekend, and so hence why we need to move pretty quickly this week as far as the honesty of where we're at and what we need to do going forward.
Okay, last question for the live section. Yeah, great.
Sorry, and on that game, if we go back to the World Cup game, I think a lot of people thought it was a great game in terms of how accurate it was, how technical it was, how well both sides played. How much of a level down do you think last week was in those aspects, not in sort of...
Yeah, I think it was down. I think it was down. Yeah, certainly from our point of view. I think South Africa played outstandingly well in that game as well. Is that a bounce of a ball or a refereeing decision or whatever it may be? It just goes to show that's what we keep producing at this moment in time. But I suppose for both teams, if we don't get to be at our best, then one side is definitely capable of running away with these type of games as well.
Thanks. Just last question for this section.
Just do you feel that you guys have a chance of salvaging this series? I mean, you went to All Blacks in 2022 and then won a series there, but of course now it's just one game left. But do you feel you've got a chance that you can salvage it and get maybe one?
Do you think we've got a chance?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. It's nice to turn it around sometimes. I want to know what you think.
Yeah, like I'm saying, because
you think we've no chance, don't you?
Like you can see the intention from South Africa that they really want, I mean, to give you guys a very good game and then win the series.
It's big for South Africa. I get that. It's a 2-game series. Is it a series? 2-game series? I don't know. They're normally 3. But it's our last chance to have a crack at what is the best side in the world at this moment in time, and we relish that opportunity. I think when you put on a green shirt, you've always got a chance.
Okay, that's it for the online.
write off Peter O'Mahony based on this selection?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he's a determined type bloke, always there to try and prove a point. And you know what it's like with the game now. We just talked about the Springboks bench, etc. What he'll bring for us is something very important. Not just the leadership part, but the know-how and the determination that he'll have in himself to prove a point.
Were you tempted to make any more changes or bring any of the new faces that you brought along in, or is the development they've got behind the scenes enough for them?
A little bit of both, to and fro at the beginning of the week, just because of the state of play with everyone really. You know, there's absolutely no doubt if people were 80% and we had people 100, then 100% we make the change. But guys have pulled up really well on the back of what was a tough test match for us as far as injuries were concerned. So we're happy with that. But yeah, to answer your question about the young guys or the new guys in the team, in my opinion, you should only put them in when they're good and ready. The experience that they've had coming out here, and the chats that they've had with the coaches, the feedback from the training sessions, how we do things, how you plan to move on with them in the future has been absolutely priceless.
I know it's hard to go big picture of even a big test match, but you said the Six Nations was a continuation of what you did at the World Cup. At any point, is there going to be a pivot towards the future, or is it always going to be that kind of continuation? And where do you feel the team's development is at compared to maybe where you were in Marseille and at the World Cup?
Well, Marseille was pretty good, and hopefully this game's going to be pretty good as well. Look, to me, we love winning, and winning matters. I just want to see a performance that we're proud of at the weekend, more so than last week. You know, I can sit comfortably with that because of where we're going as a team, the development. But I do think if you get the performance that we're after, we're more than capable of winning. I think the evolution of a side, it becomes obvious. You know, you talk about those guys who could have been given a chance, but you know the opportunity they've had to come on tour, to know that they're in the frame, etc. It's now up to them. Hopefully, their appetite is where it should be for the pre-season, for the start of the season. And like I always say to you, and I say to the players constantly, especially those guys that you talk about, selection's up to them, not up to me. They've got to prove a point to be able to show that they're worthy of that space, because others are not going to give it away lightly.
Peter. Andy, it's Jack Crowley's 7th start. How do you assess his progress since he stepped into the hot seat?
Like you would expect it. I mean, he's a quality player, Jack, and his strength is he's able to stay focused when the chaos is all around him, and also when things are not going quite the way that you would hope that they're going to go, because that's Test match rugby. So as far as his 7-game progress is concerned, I mean, you would admit that he's played some really promising games for us, but it's the ones that he's learning from the most, and I've no doubt he learned a lot from last week of how to control.
Right, welcome back, and it's the second half, 16 points to 6. The Boks trailing Ireland down in Durban. Not the best first half. However, an opportunity for the coaches to speak to the players and get a message across. And be interesting to see how both teams respond. For Ireland, I reckon the message would have been more of the same. For the Boks, not more of the same at all, as Conor Murray clears the lines well. The Boks have been frustrated because they've been in the positions to score points, but not capitalised. And we've kind of seen this now for the 3rd game in a row. We saw us against Wales, where in the first half, that was kind of our issue. We then saw it again in Ireland last week, where I think we could have taken more opportunities. And now we're really starting to pay the price for it today. So it needs to be a much more clinical second half coming up. And Bongi Mnambi starts the half with a must lineup. So It's exactly the problem, isn't it, that we're talking about, you know? Got to get better. That needs to improve. So, deep now for Sash Zulu, takes it well. Getting away from Kanan Doris, now taking a bit of space. Good carry this. Still going at Sash Zulu, still going, getting off and away to Currie Orenser. Currie Orenser with a lot of pace, gets around. He brought down by Jamie Osborne, pops out to Faf de Klerk, offloads to Pollard. Pollard long pass out to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel brings the chance to Corby. Steps inside, Chiaklisi there to help him. Brilliant work this from the box. Can we finish this off? Faf de Klerk looking for options. He goes to Archias Neyman. Archias Neyman goes the more direct route. Now, Kwaka Smith stepping away from one. Brought down by another. Within 5 minutes now the box. Chiaklisi hit hard in the tackle now. Faf de Klerk there to help ensure we get the ball there. Bongi Manami operates the scrum off. Goes the Oxen chair. These are the chances we talk about having to try and finish. Faf de Klerk now goes Pierce the toy. Bit of momentum being lost. It's a really good break though. Good work is on the front foot. And Faf de Klerk tries to go to the boot and slips as he tries to put that kick in behind and turn over ball. This is the problem, isn't it? Moments like that. Such a good break, looking so promising, and then turned away far too cheaply. Now, Conor Murray. Now, Sash Zulu has come across to talk to the referee about a head collision over here from him. Now, he gets away from what? Such a good run from him. Bang. And then Currie Orenser. Good tackle there from Jamie Osborne. Had to stand still. Then the Faf de Klerk support play so good. Andre Pollard. Right, Bok with the line out here. That's good momentum early on. Let's see if we can capitalize. It's outside of 22. And once again, lost. Come on. Can't build momentum if you lose lineouts like that. That's really, really poor. To lose 2 in the first 3 minutes is diabolical. Now Conor Murray goes to the boot. Sash Zulu underneath us. Steps away from Calvin Nash. Steps still going. Look at the fleet-footedness of Sash Zulu. Presents well as well. Faf de Klerk caught on the ball. Arm out. I don't know if it's a knock-on advantage at the moment here for the box. Faf de Klerk goes to Pierce the toy. Goes nice and direct. Joe McCarthy eventually brings him down. Good momentum this from the box. Faf de Klerk going to Pollard. Pollard to Delendi. Delendi comes back on the angle. Needs a bit of support. A little bit isolated. And that's hands in the ruck. Going to be a penalty for the box. Hand beyond the ball is the call. Right, decision time now. I'm going to open a beer because I'm stressing. And this is the only thing that's about going to help me, really. Right, so the call here is 3 with a head clash. I think it might have been a head contact over there for Tyke Furlong. Medics back on the park for both sides. Yeah, we're gonna open a beer, and I had to go see what I had. I forgot to go buy a beer, which is a bit poor for me. So I found a Corona. So not usually my choice of beer. But I just need something to just calm me down a little bit. As Yo's Lab says, open the beer. You got to open the beer. You got to have a look here. Bang! Look at the steps here from Fasha Zulu. So excited with ball in hand. Good tackle in the end, actually, from Conor Murray. Little South Africa UK says, I was always concerned that Ireland were going to struggle with Altitude Lobster and do better at sea level in Durban. I ironically actually predicted we'd win the first test and lose the second, like a month ago. And I really don't want to be right, but I think it's a good point. You know, I think that we lost this altitude, so many different factors. I did think that's where they were going to struggle, and now Andre Pollard's going to take the 3 points there. Kicks it well, though. And South Africa on the board in the second half, right? 9 points to 16. And we come within 7 points once again. Say, open a new vape. Dear. Yeah, not going to open a vape. Don't vape myself, but I'm sure that that those who do have gone through a bit. No, I showed you the beer. I said it's a Corona. Said it's not my choice of beer. Let's go try and find what I had in the fridge. But we move. And Grant Williams, by the way, is on for Faf de Klerk. I don't know if that's an injury, but an extended run-out here for Grant Williams. Very different type of player, but he's really improved his all-round game as Grant Williams. His boxing keeps becoming a lot better. I think his awareness has become a lot better. I've been very impressed with what I've seen from the Sharks. Right, he does go to the boot, and Kurt Lawrence will give chase, and it's a great take out of the air from Jamie Osborne. Ireland with possession just outside the 22. Really beat him. Surely that's forward. Surely that's forward. Yeah, thank you. The referee eventually comes into it. Was about to get very, very upset over there. Billy Bean's first touch is not a great one as he knocks it on forward. A very interesting camera. I think it's obviously a drone that's monitoring. Right, there we go. So two more replacements. Bongi Manami gives way for Malcolm Marks. And that is passed by Herbert off. Vincent Koch is on. Kerosene Kamp, Salman Murat, and Mark Verstappen not on yet. So Malcolm Marks onto the park. That's pretty solid scrum. No give there. Grant Williams waits at the back. Does use it. Long pass out to Damien Delendi. Delendi looking at options. He goes to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel gets on his bicycle. Nice carry that from Creel. Bit of a quiet today. Hasn't had as much opportunity with ball in hand. Ibn Etzebeth spinning around the tackle from James Ryan. Now Hajapar lifts it to the air. Currie Arns is going to give chase here. And he throws Tyburn up the way and then makes the tackle on Calvin Nash. Taking a section to the blocking run there. Andrew Porter now. Malcolm Marks all over that ball, surely. And that's a croc roll there. And Malcolm Marks is fuming. He's just come back from a knee injury. And I'll tell you what, Damien Delendi's going to have a word with James Ryan. Oh, they actually would. Have a word. He comes in with the croc roll. You can see how Malcolm Marks was so angry about it. Was so pissed off. I mean, he's just come back from an ACL. He's just spent 9 months coming back from injury. And then you come with the croc roll. Oh, wipe that smile off your face, boy. And the referee very quick to penalise that. We might even have, I think this might even be a review, actually. You could be in trouble here, could James Ryan. Yeah, it's exactly what we're trying to... yeah, that's the definition of a croc roll. It's exactly what we're trying to ban and what they have banned. Surely this is going to be a yellow card. That is incredibly dangerous. Carl Dixon, give him his marching orders. He's got to go. He's got to go. I mean, this is reckless. He comes in off his feet almost. And there, on his knee there. That could have been so, so bad. Has to be a card. It has to be a card. We're looking at the Doris part. I don't think it's actually really Doris the issue here. He goes down. And then he falls on the knee of Malcolm Marks. But I think that's the clearance from James Ryan for me. That's far worse. Yeah, so he gets the... I mean, they both attempted the roll. Kalen Doris just failed and then fell onto his knee. Then, obviously, James Ryan, not happy with the fact that his captain didn't succeed with the crocodile, decided that he'd come in and finish the job. I mean, take your pick, really, who gets the yellow card here. Yeah, yellow card. Get out of here. Yeah, thank you. Get your marching orders. Caelan Doris, back off you go. Tell you what, I reckon James Ryan could have been... you could have been joining you in the bin as far as I'm concerned. Right, Ireland down to 10 minutes. A penalty in front of the pole. Take the 3 points here. Get ourselves within 4 points. And, yeah, I mean, of all people to do it to the guy that's just coming off the back of an ACL injury, they are very, very lucky that he didn't get injured. If that was nasty, I reckon you would have seen a couple of fists being thrown. I would have been out there throwing fists. I don't know who I would have taken on. Probably would have gone after Conor Murray. It's probably about the only person I could potentially might be able to have a bit of weight on. Go and find, like, Craig Casey on the bench. Right, no issue there from Andre Pollard. He raises the flags. And the box slowly and surely starting to rein Ireland back in. Right, 12 points to 16. 4-point game now. The Irish captain in the bin for the next 10 minutes. Right, restart there to Quagga Smith. Well taken. Gets away from Calvin Nash. Spins in the tackle of James Ryan, who I think is very lucky to still be on the park. Ball available now for Grant Williams. Right, so Ireland down to 14 for the next 10. Grant Williams lifts it high. Eminetzbe's going to give chase, as is Chase and Colby. Oh, sorry, Currie Lawrence rather. Keep forgetting that they've swapped blooming numbers this weekend. So you've got Lawrence on the left, Colby on the right. Ireland on the front foot here. Now, Crowley see a bit of space. He shipped it into Currie Lawrence. A bit of a strange decision. Currie Lawrence got to the boot immediately. And this could need to roll towards touch and won't. And Jack Crowley have a bit of time right up against the touchline. Really well worked that from Grant Williams. He just puts it into the middle of nowhere. Sashfai Magomazulu's got Andre Pollard to his right. He wants to go himself to Sashfai Magomazulu. Runs towards the likes of Vincent Cock and Quagga Smith. Ball available for Grant Williams. Now to Pollard. Pollard goes flat to Pierre-Steph du Toit. On the front foot shot of the box. No option there for Williams. Goes to Vincent Cock. Goes to Pollard. Pollard flings it. And Sashfai Magomazulu sees a bit of space. And will find touch. There we go. See a couple of nice touches, and all of a sudden the Sashfai Magomazulu is alive and well, ladies and gentlemen. You see, it's amazing. The second half, he had a couple of tough moments under the high ball. He's just come alive in the second half. Looking a bit more comfortable. Nice little kick in behind. We've seen 2 really good carries from him. There's the talent. It's funny how, especially at that age, you kind of see the stark contrast, you know, of a player who can sometimes be under pressure, but then he shows moments of just why we are so confident he's going to be world class. Sia Khaleesi, by the way, makes way. He's gone up to his usual about 50-55 minutes. He's emptied his tank. Marco Van Staden will see out the rest of the game. I don't think we've got Gerard Stenekam on just yet, and I don't think we've got Salman Murat on just yet either. The nice thing about the fact that we did lose Franco Mostert is we do have we did have 2 lock options. Right, they go to the front of the line out, and Conor Murray goes to Josh van der Fleer. Big tackle on him. Now Conor Murray will look to clear. It's a good clearance there from Conor Murray. That's a lot of experience there. Right, Malcolm Marks. I think it will be his first line of the afternoon, actually, or the evening. Eben Etzebeth there. Arcus name appears to have his options. He goes to Eben Etzebeth, straight down to Williams. Pollard goes to, then he goes short to Creel. Creel almost through. Brought down by Josh van der Fleer. Eben Etzebeth pops to Quagga Smith. Good hands, and Pollard goes himself. Can't free up his hands in the tackle. Now Williams goes to PSF's first receiver. He puts his head down, runs into Robbie Henshaw and Josh van der Fleer. Good awareness that from Grant Williams. The ball almost sort of bubbled out the ruck. Jesse Creel, first receiver. Jesse Creel puts his head down. Presents to Grant Williams. Malcolm Marks. No, first one, Shirley. Counter is good. Ball's eventually available for Springboks. Two good counter racks that from Ireland, but well done with now Etzebeth. The ball's a penalty advantage now. Ball sort of skews out the back, and that's been knocked on. We'll go back for the penalty. Take the points. Get us within one, boys. Nutrition. A battle of nutrition at the moment now. You can just see there, I think it's James Ryan actually who's offside. Well offside. And we are going to take the points here. Could be 9 points in the second half within 12 minutes actually, or within 30 minutes. So it's been really good work actually, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Pollard 4 from 4 tonight. And Ireland really under the microscope from a discipline perspective. They've really got a man in the bin. It'll be 2 points, 6 points, 2 penalties since he's gone to the bin now. If Pollard does slot this, and it's looking pretty good. Nice cold veins from Andre Pollard, and the Boks are within one. And the crowd goes wild in the stands. The vibe is coming up. The vibe is coming. Come on, the lads. Come on, the lads. 10 points down at half time. Just 1 point in it now. Okay, Canon Doris yellow will remain a yellow. So we're getting away with that one, Canon Doris. Could have upgraded to a red. Good take that from Arcus Neyman. Right, 4 minutes down, still down to 14 men. Can the Boks find another penalty, get back into the lead? Get into the lead, actually. We've never led so far this game, to be fair. Having said that, Grant Williams, ball at the back of the base of the rack. Lifts it for a couple of chases. Osborne underneath it. Osborne, oh, jeepers. Oh, Jamie Osborne meets Oxen, share. And the ball coming to the side. It's actually been on the side of the rack there for South Africa. I think we've actually won this back. We have won this back. Good work, that. The ball bubbling off the side, and Malcolm Marks and a few other players making sure they're secure. Now Grant Williams goes back to Pollard. A bit of a fumble from him. He eventually gets the kick away, and he actually winces as he does. Not sure if somebody caught him. Can't really go off Andre Pollard. We've got no more backline replacements. Ball available to Conor Murray. Jack Crowley goes to the boot. Tester here for Sash Farm Zulu. Gets the timing wrong, and Andre Pollard runs onto it. Runs into Andrew Porter. Ball available for Grant Williams. Long pass out wide towards Ches and Colby. Maybe a bit of a kick and chase. No, steps inside of one. Brought down by, I think that's... Neyman gets the over the way to Malcolm Marks. He's got Quagga Smith next to him. Into Quagga Smith. Oh, it's real well read by Jack Crowley. He made the guess, and he got it right. Pollard now to Sash Farm Zulu. Long pass out wide to Currie Lawrence. Currie Lawrence gets away from Nash. Eventually brought down into the 22. On the front foot here are the Boks. Oxenchain, hold on to it, Oxy. He does indeed. I don't know how he's held on to that. Like it was a cake that was going off tomorrow. He was desperate to make sure that was going to stay with him. 5 phases now. Eben Etzebeth around the corner. Spinning in the tackle as well. And penalty right in front of the poles. That'll be the lead. Thank you very much. Jasper Wiese applauding on. The classic Arceus name and offload. So powerful through the tackle, then makes his, and I think Malcolm Marks, look, it's a great read by Jack Crowley. It's a 2-on-1. Marks gets that away cleanly to Quagga Smith. No one's catching him. But he just offloads slightly too early. And Crowley makes the guess and brings down Quagga Smith. It was a really good read from the fly half. And this now for the lead from Andre Pollard. Right, people, we're sitting at 70,400 subscribers. Let's see if we can get up to 71,000 by the end of the stream. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you do subscribe. On the road to 71,000 subscribers. Actually on the road to 75. And Pollard makes no mistakes. The flags go up and the Boks, for the first time in the match, in the 56th minute, are in the lead. Right, here comes Kara Stennekamp. And the vibes are out there. Vibes on vibes on vibes. So Oxenchair, another good game from him. Yeah, that's a really good effort there from Oxenchair. In front of the home crowd, Oxenchair came through the Free State system, played Varsity Cup Rugby for, I think it was Shimlers, and then played for Cheers, then made the move down to the Sharks. Had that his debut against Wales back in Washington where they lost, and then fell out of the Boks system. He is back. He's a World Cup winner, and he's taking names. Now Arceus Namer goes up and takes it beautifully out to the Durban night sky. Ball available at the back for Grant Williams as well. We have got 23 minutes left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. As Grant Williams lifts it high into the sky, and Currie Lawrence will give chase as half of Ireland converge to try and give Jamie Osborne that protection. And Peter O'Mahony onto the park. He's got a point to prove here. Ryan Baird has one as well for James Ryan. And then the penalty in front of the pole. So there goes the lead. Nice while it lasted. We had the lead for 2 minutes. Jack Tilbury in the comments say, we're back, baby. Vibes and vibes. Good to hear you, Stevie. Loving the coverage. Can't find a stream in the USA. Well, Jack, big congratulations on the little one incoming, future mini Bok. So congratulations to you. And Michelle saying, Bokke maak ons trots. Well, they were before they conceded that penalty. Now we're going to go a point behind. McKellen Doris, by the way, is back on the park. So Crowley to make this a 1-point game. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. Lots still to play. Come on, do us a favour here, Jack Crowley. I mean, he won't because he's such a class player. But do us a favour here and just miss it. Yeah, I know that's straight over, isn't it? It was always wishful thinking. All right, back behind. Back behind. I think we're now about to see a bit of a ping-pong battle there. So Ireland respond with a penalty of their own. 18 points to South Africa, 19 for Ireland, and 21 minutes to go. The benches have been unloaded. Just Salman Murat left on the bench for South Africa. For Ireland, I think it is Colin Blade, Kieran Foley. Kieran Foley's just come on, as well as Colin Blade. So just Stuart McCloskey, who's on the bench for Ireland. Now go to the left-hand side, by the way, for his first touch. Or for the kickoff there. It will not find touch. And Sash Famagomazulu is going to run this back. Now he's going to lift into the night sky. He's going to give chase here as Sash Famagomazulu. It's just outside. And he almost gets it back. I tell you what. Yeah, thank you. Well, it's actually not quite the penalty we would have wanted. Take the lead back again, once again. It's actually... Someone's trying to celebrate in the back. Someone's trying to celebrate whilst trying to have a sip of the beer. Love the dedication. So, yeah, it goes in the air. Doesn't Ash, and then it comes back and McCarthy takes it. So he's in an offside position. And that's where the penalties come. So Andre Pollard is off the kicking tee. And this is what I mean. I think we're going to start trading blows here. Yeah. I think Dork making a very good point. Yeah, it is slightly biased. I wonder what gave it away. Andre Pollard's got his kicking boots on tonight, and the flags are raised, and the Boks go back into the lead, 21 points to 19, with less than 20 on the clock. Nothing else. Has been a great test match. Nice and close. And I think we're now got a genuine battle of attrition. I think this is going to be bang, 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 bang. This could go either way. Still very much up for grabs, this game. Right, that's a good restart there. Grant Williams looking for touch. Does find touch. I tell you what, that's actually come off. I tell you what, he's after his Grant Williams, and he's going to put a limited touch. Grant Williams with biscuit. That's the intensity we talk about when playing for the Boks. Massive mistake that from Osborne, and Grant Williams has made him pay. Evan Roast in the crowd, he's appreciating that. Look at this. So Grant Williams dummies and then goes to the boot, and he gives chase, and Jamie Osborne allows this to bounce. It then bounces it back in field. He goes back, and Grant Williams puts the hammer down. As he takes it, bang, into touch he goes. Such good work rate and pace from the replacement scrum half. Right, good for the rolling Moyo of the Boks. Ball is available there for Mark of Starden. He needs to try and wrestle that back down. Not sure we're going to be able to. Yeah, it's going to be turned over. That's so annoying. So annoying. Right, big scrum needed here. Here's Dinnerkamp. While we saw them do a job on this front row last week, this is the front row that we had when we scored that penalty try. So Ken Healy will be very, very aware of that. Was going to cost a light over here, which I can't find an expiry date, but could very well be expired. Could be a tough one to drink. Gonna have a reset here at the scrum. Come on, lads. Big scrum here. Penalty, corner, try, restart, try, another try, a couple of tries. You know, a little bit of a lead here. Ball's gone down. Penalty box. Come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I said this front row's got this other Irish front row's number. It's against Finley Beelum. He shakes his head. But that's Chaos Dinnerkamp reminding him who he's all about. Lad. Certified lad. And they're going to take the points here out of the Boks. Come on, lads. Right, please do subscribe to the channel if you think the Boks are going to win. That's the call to action there. Pearson Toy, by the way, currently the on-field captain, with Sia Khaleesi having gone off. Can barely watch some of the those in the crowd. Andre Pollard. Straight through. Come on! 4-point lead. Starting to settle into the game now. The pressure is relentless. The bench has definitely made an impact here. We've seen the likes of Valkenbach's very highly involved. We've now got penalties coming from Vincent Koch and Chaos Dinnerkamp. Grant Williams. We're seeing the bench players come and make an impact. I mean, this morning we saw one of the best cameos you'll ever see from Bowden Barrett. And now we're starting to see an impact coming from the Bok bench. There is just over 15 minutes remaining. Archia's name has been so good under the kickballs. Gets the... Archia! Knocked on, thankfully. Pollard coming away with it. Archie was trying to be a bit of a clever offload, but nobody was really aware for it. And thankfully not going to anybody, and it will be available for Grant Williams. There was a knock-on advantage, which should be over now. Big carry that from Steph the Toy. Bit of a better angle now for Grant Williams to try and clear. Goes to the boot as Grant Williams. Right, now Blade returns the favour. This is a bit too deep though, so this will be inside 22 and can be marked by Andre Pollard. Just slow things down a little bit. Sorry, let me remove that yellow card. It is 15 on 15. 24 points to 19 is where the scoreline currently sits. One more penalty will give us 7 points away. And he's kept that in? How surely he's not kept that in. Well, apparently Corey's kept it in very well. On the bounce there. Sash Famagomazulu is going to bring out the good old banana kick. And puts it straight into touch. Really, really poor from Sash Famagomazulu. Puts his hand up. Frustrated from him. His first mistake of the half. Been good though in the second half for Sash Famagomazulu. Seen a much better side of him. Yeah, it is good work to be fair from Foley. There have been 4 lead changes, by the way, in the game. And it is an island line just outside 22. Big mistake that from Sash Famagomazulu. But we've won the line back. Oh, there's a Quacker Smith who went up. And then a penalty for holding on. Yeah, just no support there. I think that might be the first time Quacker Smith's ever won in a line-out. Imagine sending Quacker Smith up and he wins a line-out. That is absolutely mental. Right, 40 now. He's operating at 10. We'll go to the line here. Ireland not taking the points. They have one thing on their mind, and that is a try. It's a 5-point advantage, so a try would level the scores. A conversion would take them ahead. Right, Rob Herring will feed the line. His first license coming on. Oh, he's blocked. Thank you very much. And what? Oh, no. You've got to be kidding me. He's gotten away with that one. It was a false story, but apparently there was a numbers issue before that. Oh, that's so irritating. Oh, here's the come joining the line too early. That's so annoying. I mean, they basically gifted us. Right, on the doorstep here, pick up and go. Big defense now needed from the box. 11 minutes left on the clock. He's over. That should be held up. Is held up. Very well done. Very well done. Good work that from them. And the dropout has been dropped. Well, Kieran Foley just pulled out a drop goal. I'm not sure where that came from, but shit. That's not ideal. Not ideal at all. That's brilliant, actually, really, from Kieran Foley. Out of nowhere, no pressure on him, just decides, you know what, I'm going to have a pop. Right, then from the restart, goes back to Sash Famagomazulu. Is he going to have a pop? Nope, he goes to the boot. This is high in the air. Now he's going to give chase. And it falls back. couple of knock-ons there. Eventually goes back to Peter O'Mahony. No advantage, says the referee. But 2 knock-ons there. Where was the first one is the question. And there's going to be a Springbok scrum. Arca Sneman having a chat to Peter O'Mahony. Played a lot of rugby together. Well, not a lot of rugby because Arca Sneman didn't play a lot of rugby together. But would have played with Peter O'Mahony. Would have trained a lot together. Would have had a lot of team meetings together. Would have probably had more beers together than games together. Could very well have had more beers than minutes together, to be perfectly honest. Big scrum now. Big scrum, yeah. Penalty, take the points, get that 5-point lead back. Also can eat up a little bit of time. Hold on, goes to Delendi. To Sashvana Gomez Lulu. Long pass out wide towards Chesney Colby. Chesney Colby gets around the outside of Osborne. He completes the tackle. I think he's surely in touch. Is in touch. Not the best use of space there from the box in that instance. There's blood here. I'm not sure where the blood is. Almost taking us well over. It's going to take us well over 2 hours to complete this game. Even Etzebeth there. His cut is reopened. Just sees a bit of strapping there on his head. Well, Salman Murath come on, but it doesn't look like Eben Etzebeth's going off. But they're going to replace Arceus Neymar. Looking at that Oxen Cheap before. Oh, Cheap is so good. Just a couple of big hits, for example. Throwing his weight around. Good scrummaging. Absolute masterclass of the game from the prop. You're looking at his interventions, yeah. And what a game. As I said, was one of the casualties of that Welsh test in Washington. Since then, become one of the key players for the Boks. Colin Blade goes back to James Lowe in the pocket. James Lowe will clear the lines. And will not find touch on the bounce to Chesney Colby. Chesney Colby sees a bit of space, wants to run himself. Ball available there for Grant Williams. He goes to Malcolm Marks. With Mark starting behind him. Wrestled to the ground by his opposite number. Grant Williams now goes to Pollard. Pollard to the left-hand side there. This is a bit too deep. They'll need to compete with this. And James Lowe will mark it. Then taps it and goes. Damien Delendi there to make the tackle. Ball bobbled up. And Blade goes to Robbie Henshaw. Blade runs into Curtly Orenser. Penalty advantage was offside, was Orenser. And the ball bottles back out. Not too many options. And Robbie Henshaw wants to drop to the boot and chase, but they'll go back for the penalty. Oh, this is going to get close here, people. This is going to be close. Right, 40. Fine touch. Doesn't quite touch inside 22, so still some distance to go. Etzebeth is up on his feet. Just over 6 minutes left on the clock. Right, and Peter Marty from the back line goes to Colin Blake. Blake goes to Frawley. Frawley goes short to McCloskey. Big tackle, though. Almost lost it forward there. Malcolm Mark showing his strength there. Robbie Henshaw, long pass out wide. So wide that it's missed James Lowe and gone on into touch. much to the appreciation of the fans who are chanting book on the side there. They're up for it. All the points in the box come off the boot of Andre Pollard so far. Mark of a start and puts his head down. And it's Escom. Now, Grant Williams goes to the boot. Lots of chases there. Is Currie Tristan Colby tries to get involved, and James Lowe comes away with it. Now, turnover ball. Grant Williams throws the long pass out to Pollard. Long pass out towards Sash Famagama Zulu. He chips down the left there. Searching that 22. Turns Jamie Osborne. He's looking for options. He goes to the boot. Got a big left boot as Jamie Osborne. Does find touch. And it's back to where the Boks had their lineup. But more importantly, that's run down about a minute. That's the main thing for the Boks at the moment. It's just to try and wind down as much time as possible. Rusty Erasmus barking instructions into his mic. Okay, Sneeman, uncontested at the lineouts. Goes back to Marco van Staden. Ball available at the back for Grant Williams. I'm going to put the link to the player ratings, by the way, in the chat in just a bit. James Lowe underneath it takes it well. Big tackle there on Kidder. Sorry, on Herring, rather. Cross kick towards, is in touch. Straight in touch, directly in touch. Thank you very much. Take the line just by the 22. Things starting to happen now for the Boks because mistakes keep me in here for Ireland. Right, I'm going to put the link to the player ratings. You can go and rate the players there, 1 between 10. We're going to do our player rating show, by the way. You don't have to go anywhere. This will redirect you straight to the player ratings. And yeah, that'll start almost immediately after the stream. And we'll start with a quick review, and then we'll go into the player rating show. So you don't have to do anything. You just stay onto the stream over here. Open that player rating show up in a different tag. Go get voting. Two proper test matches that we've had. Good, well taken that from Ebenezer Beth. Quagga Smith comes off the back there, brings in Marco Verstappen, just short of the 22. But knocked on is the call from the referee. It'll be a scrum with 2.5 minutes to go. So frustrating. Couple of phases there. Just run down the clock. That's all the Boks really want at the moment. Just to play rugby inside Ireland territory. Big opportunity for Ireland. They need a penalty at the scrum over here. Big tackle that. Just lodging the ball there. Peter O'Mahony, Rob Herring getting involved. Right, less than 90 seconds on the clock here. One big scrum from the Boks, and that should be the game. Ball available at the back for Colin Blade. Grant Williams. Frawley goes to McCloskey. McCloskey switches that to Frawley. Frawley's got a bit of space out wide. Goes to the boot. And it's going to stand up. And Flash Fine McGovern gets across and carries it out. It will be an Ireland line out. And he's done very well just to eat up a few seconds and prevent any sort of possibility of a quick line-out. It's good work that from Frawley. Back ball kick behind. Desperately trying to get back there was Sash Mazulu as he takes it and runs out. Right, 30 seconds left. Steal the line-out. The game's pretty much won here from the box. What a game this has been. Goodness me. Goodness me. Line-out just outside 22. Rob Henry with ball in hand. They do compete, but it goes to Ty Bird at the front. Sack's good. Peter Omani brings in the... Oh, jeepers, that looks like a pretty big shot. No issue that from Andre Pollard. Baird now. No mistakes. Any mistake now. Penalty here, and this could be it. They're going back to the drop goal. Kieran Frawley's going to have a go. Is he going to be a hero? I think he is, you know. He's nailed it. He's nailed it. Kieran Frawley has done it. That's it. The game's been called. The game's been called. The Boks are furious. They want to have something checked, but that is it. Kieran Frawley has nailed it. And Stuart McCloskey, don't even have a smile. You've played 10 minutes, mate. If there's one person that had no impact on this series whatsoever, it's probably you, right? So, Cheslin Colby's been taken out. That's what the Boks are complaining about. Nah, I don't think there's anything there, to be fair. Nothing there whatsoever. Pissed after Toy Can Doris not making friends over there. Well, there it is. The Boks have lost to Kieran Frawley in the dying moments. Has won the game for Ireland. That is absolutely ridiculous from him. Right, well, how's that for an end to the game? I mean, you almost just got to give him credit because that is so bull. I mean, that first drop goal was absolutely unbelievable. And then to slot that another one from that kind of situation is mental. People, thank you very much. We're going to wrap up there. That has been it for me. We're going to go straight to the player rating show. Interesting to see what decisions people have to say about it. Because, yeah, not a deal. Full-time score. Ireland, 25. Boks, 24. What a game of rugby it was. You're gutted as a Bok fan, but you have to be almost just be impressed by that, to be honest. Right, people, see you very shortly in the player ratings. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It ends 1 apiece down in Durban. And, yeah, back to the drawing board, isn't it? People, see you very shortly in the player ratings. Thank you very much.